You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, February 25th, 2023, Saturday at about 11 p.m. And we are getting ready to play part 2 of Curse of the Dark. And there's the box right there. If you haven't watched part 1, this will be crazy to start here, so you should go back and watch part 1 from last night, which we played for about 7.5 hours. I can see the chat is with me here, including Logan, who did very well yesterday in helping us solve some puzzles. And it should be said, I really needed the audience yesterday. There was a good chunk of it that I was fine on, but there were one or two puzzles, one in particular, that would have killed me if I didn't have help understanding which of these tapestries to activate, and in particular understanding, or at least believing this. And then the chat really came in with a clutch move yesterday. After 6 hours or so, I was getting a little on tilt, and I was ready to just jump at one possibility. And if we hadn't stuck with it, I think I would have made the wrong choice and given up. And so the chat, the audience participation really saved us yesterday. And so I'm hoping, it looks like we've got a couple people here today that from yesterday, and so I feel a little calmer about this. This castle is spooky. We're trapped here, to recap, with some sort of beast that's taken over the body of the lord of this castle. We think this is him, Lord Lucent. Here, let's put him where we can see him. Lord Lucent here. We think he's been taken over by a beast at night or something, and he's killing people and using their blood to make wine. Pretty creepy. This is part of the layout of the map as we know it. There's also an village intro place and a dungeon that I haven't laid out here. We've got those aside. We've gone through about half of the puzzles, a little more than half, and we stopped at the end of Act 1. The game is nicely broken up into 2 acts. And so we're going to continue here by bringing out this next tile after we catch up a little. The Spamonite in the chat is reminding us that we did fail rule number 1 at the start of yesterday. Rule number 1 for these games is always look on the backs. And we got stuck for a while understanding just the nature of the first puzzle because we didn't look at the back of this. And then we ended by constructing this incredible clock tower that had cards slipped into each side. It was a pretty impressive little thing. This is the clock tower that goes right here. I'm going to put it off to the side for now. I wanted to point out 2 little things that I noticed from yesterday, after yesterday, that could be relevant for us. Okay, here was the first thing that I noticed that I wanted to mention. When we got our original map for this castle, here was the map that Stefan wrote, Escaped with, part 1 of his books. And here's this drawing of the grand entrance hall, which is this tile here. And this is the stained glass, which is this piece of stained glass here, stained glass window. And we're shown these little dotted space where it goes. So we know it goes like this here. But we didn't know if it goes this way or this way. So it is asymmetric. And you can see if you look, maybe if we put it on some different background, there's a sun on one side, a moon on the other, piano notes on one side, nothing on the other. Whether this matters or not, we don't know. But it was an interesting question about which way it faces. And depending on how you read this, the room looks very similar. There's a door at either end. So you're looking at this. So if you're looking at it from here, then the sun is on your left. But then, so I guess that's the only way it could go, because you couldn't be looking at it through here. Okay, but that's not the part I wanted to show you. What I wanted to show you is this. One of the things that was throwing me about this picture is this clock. Now, clocks have a big role in this game. We solved that last puzzle because we got 4 clock pieces at different parts. But this was throwing me because here is the door. To the left of the door is this alcove with a statue, and to the right is a clock. Now, if you look on the map, there's an alcove. Let's see if I can zoom up better for you. There's an alcove here, an alcove here. Then on this side, there's an alcove, but there's no clock, the way it was in that diagram. But look what I noticed, actually. What do you see there? Let me sort of move this a bit so you can see. What do you see there? Here's the drawing. Here's the drawing of the clock. And look here. What do you notice? It's gone. This is not a mistake. This is an area of the floor that's not discolored like the rest because there used to be a clock there. Probably for decades. I wonder if that's not relevant for us. The fact that this clock is missing. Let's keep that in mind. And then there was one more thing I noticed that I wanted to show you. We sort of noticed it at some point when we were looking at this. We noticed that we've got this hallway here that's got these striations that look weird. And what we noticed was this one in particular. Let's see if I can get this to work, even though it's not on this camera. It doesn't want to. All right, let's just zoom in. We noticed that, I see, that's why it wasn't. All right, we noticed it's like a little puzzle piece looking thing here. We didn't know what that was. I still don't know what it is, but I wanted to show you that in the second book, Stefan has made some markings. First of all, he's marked some X's. There's an X there, there's an X there, there's an X there, there's an X there, there's an X there. We haven't found these rooms yet. And there's an X here. These X's seem to be where the knights are. So there's the or not the knights, because there's a music room there, but these circles with arrows, this one's different. But the circles with arrows, there's one here, there's one here, we think, which is how we know what way this lines up. There's one here. And we haven't discovered the rest. So the X's seem to be that. Now look at these dice that we don't know what they mean. There's a die here, there's a die here, and there's a die. We haven't discovered these rooms yet. So there's 2 dice on our maps that we know of. Now look, one is exactly where this weird puzzle piece shadow is. And if you look at this location, what's that? It's right here. It's another weird light coming through shadow. And it's 1 pip here, it looks like, which matches this 1 die. And I wonder if this isn't somehow looking at 4 pips. I'm not sure about the pips, but this is coincidentally right where a die is, and this is right where a die is. So I think these might be, there might be that, that's right. So just something to keep in mind. We have a couple more locations that are going to come out with dice and X's that will help us verify it. All right, so that's where we stand. I'm ready to get back into it. I'm loving the creepiness, the theme, the atmosphere of this game. Are we ready to start? Is there anything else to talk about in the chat before we start? You know that tomorrow at 3 p.m. we'll be playing The Blinded Birder. Logan says a die related to one of the towers. That's right. In the book, we're told the dice relate to one of the towers. We're also shown some weird thing with 5, 6, 7. Spamonite says, the thing I find interesting is the dice are 1 to 4 and 5 to 7 are written on the side. Yeah, that's right. So here's our 5, 6, 7 of different colors. And then if you look at the South Tower, that's telling us about dice 1, 2, 3, 4. This is a different tower that's in the box we haven't come up with yet. So we don't know. Okay, here we go. I've gone over the 2 things I noticed. I can put that note card away. Okay, here's our card to start the day. It says, it's really a bit inconvenient with this giant board. We're not used to that, but we can, let me get my cubes working at least. Okay, you're over halfway through your escape from Castle Mordengraf. If you wish to take a break now, would be a good time. You may also want to return to part 2 of your escape on another occasion. If you prefer to start part 2 now, draw this card. And everything else below that is just how to put the whole game away and bring it out. So the only thing that's relevant for us is that we bring out tile 5, and then we can put this one away. Okay. Tile 5 I set aside somewhere, didn't I? Tile 5. Okay, let's look at what tile 5 is. Tile 5 is the Great Hall, and it's got some story on it. After rotating the statue in the night, those were these 2 things here, you hear a mechanism begin to whir. You follow the noise back into the entrance hall. The door to the south wing opens before you. Inside is an elegant hall with a long dining table. At the opposite end of the table, you see a seated robed figure dining alone. "Welcome to my castle," he says. "Approach." Oh boy, that's scary. As you do, you recognize the features of the 16th century master of the castle, Lord Lucent. How could he still be alive? My uninvited guest," exclaims Lucent. "I trust you are enjoying my hospitality thus far. I see you're making a habit of poking around my castle. Stefan here once enjoyed doing much the same." Lucent gestures to a bottle of the house red. before taking a long, greedy drink. I'm sure you too will make an exquisite vintage. Unless, of course, you can unlock the castle doors before my hunger must be sated once again. Lucent lets out a terrifying laugh, ha ha ha, then transforms into an ethereal fog before your eyes. The fog dissipates into the castle walls, Lucent's laugh still ringing around the room. You mustn't give up now, lest you share Stefan's fate. Okay, that's terrifying. He's drinking the blood of Stefan. Let's see if we're going to see him in this room. Oh, he disappeared. Okay, so this room, according to our map, is the Great Hall, which is below the entrance hall. So it's this door that opened up and brought us in here. We're going to put some of this map away soon. Okay, so here we are. We walked in here. He was sitting at the head of the table, drinking the blood of Stefan. Let's see what we notice here. Feels like these cubes do not want to work on this overhead view. Okay. All right, what have we got? We've got another X where another guy is pointing. There was a die at the table, and I do see a little shadow right here where that die is the die number 2 here. All right, and we've got a tile 10 and a tile 13 to bring out. I don't see anything else. Looks scary. All right, so tile 10 and 13. This Spamonite says, nah, it's fine. Tile 10 and tile 13. Okay, there's only 2 more tiles we haven't seen. Tile 10 and tile 13 are right here. The South Tower and the chapel. All right, so I'm going to move this off the board. I'm going to bring these guys up. Okay, so the South Tower goes right here on the opposite side of the board as the North Tower. Guess I'll put this somewhat visible. Okay, there's our South Tower. And then the chapel. Let's get things out of the way that we don't need. The chapel is right here, which has its own new organ. South Tower doesn't have anything on it. There are the stairs. I don't see any cards or tiles, and there's no story. Okay. But the chapel does have some stuff. Let's see what it has. Card 49 here. It's got some musical notes, it looks like, on floorboards that look like they could be scores. Anything else you notice in that room? Just that card. Okay, let's see what card 49 is. There's still a lot of cards, although I think some of the cards may be for hints and stuff. I think it said at some point, hey, card 49 has something on it. Do any of the other cards... We need to look at the backs of some of these cards, because this card for sure has some drawing on it. Do any of our other cards that we've processed have? I think that might be the first card that we've seen. And oh, look at that Card 26 has something. Card 42 has something. It's like a blood stain. So actually, let's let's remember that. All right, card 49. Puzzle 14. Okay, so this matches what our stained glass woman is holding. I believe that's got her score on it. Let's take a look here. So that's her identical score right there. And here it is here. And it's asking us what goes here. I think this is where we're going to find the rest of this song. Does it also match the floor? It does. It matches this side of the floor. It matches it this way, upside down. There you go. There you go. So this is this upside down. So here is our upside down part of the second half. Right? Now, do you think that normally we're supposed to solve puzzles by scratching them out? I'm thinking we play this one on the piano. Because I don't think there's a symbol for it. I think we play this on the piano. What do you think? So we'd have to play the whole thing, which would be basically like this. We could turn it around and play it this way, right? So here is us playing it, but we have to draw that out because we need to know the lines it's on. Now we don't have lines here. That's going to be problematic for us, isn't it? How are we going to, I mean, we know the basic shape of it. Do you think they line up with these so that we can line them up? So like this is on the same row as this. Let's see. So if that's true, let's see. Okay, so here it is the right way. So we've got the bottom one. Let me start out with that bottom one. So this one here looks like it's on the exact same row as this one. There may be some better way to line them up, but let's say we can line that one up. So that one would be on the second line up. Let's do it this way. One, two, three, four, five. Okay, so 5 lines. The second note looks like it's on the second line up right there. And then everything else, this closest one here, so we've got note 1, note 2, note 3, and note 4. Note 4 looks like it's above the highest one here. So note 4 is either on this line or here. And then the one above it looks like it's a half note up. So the next 3 is either here or here. But then this one is way above it. So I think it seems like that's here. then that would be here, and that would be here, if I had to guess. If I had to guess, this one would be the very highest it can be, the note that can be. Where's our musicians in the channel? First of all, but second of all, where's our musical stuff? Is the page the exact right size? Looks like the page is the exact right size. So the highest note here is an E. So there's our E. And this looks like it's down a full note. So that makes this a C. What is it, a C or a C sharp? If this is the exact right size, we could trace it and do the lines. Let's see if the chat... Okay, check the channel. Can someone do the... Oh, I forgot to start the alert system. But it looks like the channel got it. Okay. Rob got it. The stained glass, it must not... I'm going to shout. Okay. You're saying just line it up in the stained glass. Okay, you're right. You're absolutely right. All right, so if we line it up in the stained glass, you're absolutely right. We can line it up exactly. Boy, you guys are good at this. All right, so it lines up exactly in the stained glass. Okay, you might not be able to see it. Let's see if I can make it so you can see it. Not really, huh? All right, so it's a little hard to see, but let's see if we can draw it. Let's compare it to mine. It looks like I got it exactly right. So it's the same thing as I drew. Can you see it? You can see it, right? So that's exactly what it is. The first two are whole, and then we've got on the line and on the line. Okay, so that's that. But you're obviously right. That is the right way to do it because it matches it perfectly. Let's put this out of the way. Okay, so but now still we have a different problem, don't we? Just because we know those are the notes, how do we know that we know this is an E? This one here could be a G or a G sharp, right? And then this one here could be an A or an A sharp. Sorry, C or a C sharp. And then this one here has to be a B. So here's our B. And here's our E. But then this one is a G or a G sharp. And then this one is a C or a C sharp. How do we know which? The chat is saying no sharp was written. So we are assuming there's no sharps. If it's not written, then it isn't a sharp. All right, well, we can play it. What's the worst that's going to happen to us? The sharp needs a special mark, and they didn't seem to use it. Okay. I mean, it seems reasonable to me. All right, so let's play this music. I'm a little scared to play this music. It was very ominous sounding. What about, do we need to remind ourselves the special music here? Remember in his book, he wrote some songs. Do we need to look at this? Do any of these match any of those? None of these really match any of the songs. All right, so we don't know what we're playing. I don't know, like, if you're looking for lessons of life, I'm not sure if you'd be wise to just be playing magical, scary pianos. Actually, we're not playing on the piano anymore. We're playing on his organ. All right, let's bring it up. Here it is. It's already loaded. I'm going to reload it. All right, here we go. Can you hear me? Yes, you can hear me, and hopefully we can both hear the audio. All right. I forget if we wrote down what the bass song was. Let me just write it. Let me write the first. I guess I'll write the whole thing out here. Okay, so her start of her song is, let me go back here while I do this. You can do it with me. So it's A, and then G, A, G, F. A, G, A, G, F. That's part one. And then the second new page is E, G, C, B. That's what I have. All right, let's try it. I'm a little nervous about waking this guy up, but I guess we already met him. If he was going to kill him, if he was going to kill us, he would have killed us already. All right, here we go. Where's my top-down view? No, I can't show you that. Okay. That's the first half, and here's our new half. Nothing happened. All right, well, I made some mistake. We should note that you could play this either way, right? We've been reading it playing the normal song first, but you could also play it this way, backwards, depending on what side you thought was the right side to play from. Where is the piano room? Organ room is not facing her, so I don't know. Upside down like it is on the floor. Yeah, we could play this upside down. All right, so if we were to play it upside down, then all of this is wrong, though. Not upside down, but right to left. So what if we played it right to left? Let's try that. So let's see. I could have also played it wrong, so we'll try it. B, C, G, F, G, A, G, A. Nope. First of all, we don't know that we're supposed to play this. Is there a symbol that matches that answer? What would it look like? It would look like that. So if there's a symbol that looks like that, it might be what we're looking for. Or I just played it wrong. Okay, I don't see any symbol that would be that. So we do, seems like we do have to play the piano. Maybe because this interface is for the piano box, not the organ. Well, that's possible, but we don't know how to play. We don't know any other way to play it. Interesting. All right, let's think. It's kind of surprising that nothing happens with the organ. All right, so we figured this puzzle out in terms of figuring out. So it seems like it wants us to know just this part. This is the answer to the puzzle, which we've got E, G, C, B. E, G, C, B. But how do we do something with that? Chat says, let's look at the book. Play only that part. Are the notes transcribed 100%? It seems like this would be the solution. All right, let's make sure that the notes are transcribed 100%. That's a reasonable thing to ask since I'm notorious for making mistakes. So if I put this over this, maybe, maybe I did it upside down. Okay. The notes are transcribed 100% correct. The notes are transcribed 100% correct. This is what it is. And this is E, G, C, B. Okay, so this is correct. This is the correct transcription of the notes. Let's see what the chat says. Play only that part. I mean, I played it with part one first, but surely, well, let's do it. Surely it must know that if it shouldn't care what I play before it. All right, but let's try it. Let's reload the page. And now I'll do just that second part, E, G, C, B. if we think it's upside down, but we don't. This is very clearly the pattern. This box is very clearly the exact pattern of this right side up book. So it's very clear that you're meant to put this book directly on top of it, which then gives you those symbols right there. So there would be no reason to read that book upside down. I mean, that would be insanity. But you could absolutely read it from either side. If you were here, you would read it from left to right. And if you were there, you would read it from right to left. But I tried both of those. Neither of those worked. And it sure seems like the puzzle just wants us to know what this half is. It seems more likely to me that we're not meant to play, that this website is not for playing this organ. But I'm not sure about that. Looking at it from the statue's perspective, I mean, I suppose, but I don't, I mean, I guess we could try it. You'd have to say, look at it from the statue's perspective and this perspective is wrong. That just seems awfully far-fetched, but I'm willing to give it a try. So if we were to turn this upside down, let's start with what the original thing would be. Okay, so if you did that with the original thing, it would be E, D, and then C, and then D, and then C. E, D, C, D, C, if this was upside down. And then the second part, the new part, if it was upside down, would be B, A, D, F. I've checked and cheated and looked at the source code for the piano. May I offer a hint? No, you may not. Not yet, at least. We should look at the books to see if we missed any other clues in those two rooms. Sounds like maybe Rob's hint might be that this is not the piano for us, if I had to guess. From what we know of how the game is designed, that doesn't seem right, but worth trying to be sure, the upside down part. We should check the books. I agree with that one. I absolutely agree with that suggestion. But let's try the upside down stuff. First of all, Rob, you should not have cheated. You should not have looked at the source code for the page. And let's just do this. I don't believe this can be right, but it doesn't hurt to try. E, D, C, D, C, and then the other one was B, A, D, F. All right, no surprise there. That didn't work. All right, let's look through the book. This is our backwards or upside down. Seems to me we should just be doing this. All right, so let's look if there's any hints, any more information about that music. One hint might be this. Probably not, though. Let's see what we've got in this book. Here she is. It's hiding this information. It is interesting to me that the same shape for piano is used in both places. I'll tell you what we should do. This is interesting. Where is that piano box? I wonder. Let's see. Do not remove from the box until instructed. We opened it. Song of Souls. When we flip this tile, Lord Lucent, he's drinking, he's got his eyes, here he is. Do the eyes help us? No. We could scan this again because web apps, no, it is the same exact web page. I am reloading it, right? Yeah. I mean, I suppose it can't hurt to really reload it just to make sure that it's not somehow cached an old version that doesn't want to reload. Let's see. Come on. It's the same page, so Song of Souls. What is our Curse Sonata incomplete? And if you turn this upside down, you don't get anything. Is the shape of the dots not music but a star constellation? I drew it here so that we could look for a symbol that looked like this. Right? But I don't see anything here that looks like it matches that. You may have to look at this tile a little more closely. Let's do this one again though. EGCB. We might want to see if we can figure out if any of these might be sharps. Looking at that more, but EG. E. G. C. B. Rob says, well, I did it to save wasting time. When you see the solution, you will understand. Is the solution twinkle, twinkle, little star? So is the shape of the dots... The solution is not going to rely on us knowing the notes to an existing song. Let's take a closer look at this tile. We are missing something, or we're doing something wrong. There is an interesting detail here at the bottom of this book. All right, let's think about the questions we have. One question is, do we play this on the piano? Just make absolutely sure about this. Yeah. Could I try only this part upside down? The thing about it, I mean, I'll try it. It's just, it would be a horribly designed website if it mattered what you did beforehand and you had to reload it. I am reloading it each time, but that would just be very upsetting. All right, so if we do it upside down, just to reiterate, where is our piano? If we do it upside down, we've got, where's our upside down? If we do it, sorry, let me get my notes. E, G. So another question would be if there's some sharps that we should pick up. C, E, E, G, C, B. Okay, so if we did it backwards, it would be B, C, G, E. Did we try that already? This was upside down. All right, let's try it backwards. Could you try only the question mark stuff upside down? All right, we can try only the question mark stuff backwards, and we can try only the question mark stuff upside down. All right, if we do the question mark stuff upside down, we get B, A, and then D, is that right? D, and then F, B, A, D, F. All right, I'll try that. Reloading the page. B, A, D, F. All right, so that's not it. And we tried doing it backwards, B, C, G. This is like when you play the adventure games and you're like, start throwing everything at the wall. And then you're like, wait a second, this isn't fun and this isn't right. So let's stop and figure this out the right way because this is frustrating. All right. Do the white dots on the floor look like notes? No. Candles could be lots of notes? No. The lead in the room has tapestries. Do we already use those? We used the tapestries from before. Let's look at this room again. What do we see there? It's a piano. Looks like the other piano. It's clear that those are the notes on this page. It's clear we know the exact configuration of notes on this page. We know they're exactly this. It's interesting that there's a dot there. Chapel. We know exactly the configuration of notes here, but we don't know how to use that for the right answer. The door goes to the heat sensing room. Yes, I guess it does. Is it? Is this? Let me just look at the map here. Yeah, that's the right orientation. Yeah, it goes to the heat sensing room. I don't see how that helps us. So one question is whether we're meant to play this on the piano. If not, how would we use it? Hmm. We have these. Cursed Sonata. We brought out two tiles. We brought out this one, which brought out this one and this one. But it didn't tell us to build the south tower yet. Isn't that a bit odd? And these kind of look like pips on a die. 4 dots, 5 dots. These look like little graves. Also look a little bit like piano keys, but I'm not sure how that helps us. Is there a black rectangle near the left wall of the organ room? Here, you mean? There's certainly no heat activated material on this page. It is a little unusual how we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3. But that doesn't really help us. The pews have 3 darker spots. I'm not sure what you mean. Are these what we're calling the pews? The things that look like coffins in the ground? You think they're pews? Okay. I don't know. There's a slightly darker here, slightly darker here. There's nothing here. What did the puzzle cards say again? Did we miss a step? Sure kind of seems like we did. We were told to bring out card 5, tile 5, which was this tile here. This gave us the scene. We twisted these things, it says, and then the door opened here, which led to the Great Hall. He's sitting at it, robed. It's Lord Lucent. Could he be alive? He says, I'm drinking Stefan, this bottle of wine, which is the blood. You have to unlock the castle doors. Turns into fog. You can't give up now is all it says. Okay, and then we put this out, and then this brought this tile. Is there anything we're missing on this tile that brings out any other cards? Am I missing something? It doesn't look like it to me. I don't see anything being brought out on that from that tile. And then that also brought out, let me make sure here. That brought out that tile and this tile, which is the chapel here, which we know this is the right orientation from the map. So this brought out this and this. Is there anything else we're missing from this tile that was supposed to come out that didn't come out? Other than 13 and 10? So then we found ourselves in here, which told us to get card 49, which we've got. Let's look at these other cards we have that we haven't used yet. We've got 2 of these number cards, and we have the seal of the dragon. We don't know how to use these cards. And the other question from the chat is, what does it say on the back of the chapel? Nothing. What about the fact that we noticed there was some blood on this? Maybe this is our big indication that we should work out how those combine. How about we do that? Anna says, should we take a hint? No, I don't think we should take a hint. I'll tell you why. Because we're a little bit past halfway. Yesterday we did some long stuff, and I really liked that the group did not give up. So I think we should tough it out. And if it takes us another hour, so be it. Okay, how do these reassemble? Let me see, are there more here? We also have chains, don't forget, that we never used. Anything on these cards? So it's just on the back of the puzzle cards. Let's see, does this make anything? Remember that we did have that one place that looked like this place, this page looked like it wanted 4 cards here. I wonder if we should look for more hints about music. This is a little confusing. This says blood. He drinks the blood. Sunlight burns. How would we line these up? That looks like those two might line up. Where's our 49? I don't see anything that would line up with that 49. So it's upside down. No. That looks like that might go there, actually. What about that one? No. Doesn't look like we have the card that would go there. Does that look like it matches any of the weird symbols here? No, but it looks like it might match one of these, I wonder. Not that it's time for that puzzle. And I don't see it here anyway. So it feels to me like this is for some other time. Not for now. These are cards from previous puzzles. I'm just trying to see if it makes any sense. Is there something fishy about this question mark? I mean, it is a little fishy that it's got a dot here and a dot here. These lines are a little fishy. Yeah. Puzzle 14, so it is the next puzzle. We haven't made use of Lord Lucent, and it is his... It is his place. But what would he do? All right, let's try to think logically, although that doesn't seem to help too much with these puzzle games, at least from my impression. Let's just try to walk through some ideas. First question is whether we solve this puzzle by playing something on the piano. My gut tells me yes. But that's not for sure. The second question is how we should transcribe these notes for this song, given that we know what the pattern is on this page. Given that we know the pattern on the page, are we sure that the transcription is right? Just do it one for the millionth time. This is the part of these games I do not love. E, G, C, B, E, G, C, B. But then you could ask, well, do we play it one way or do we play it the other way? But this game has proven itself to be fair, right? So if it's like there's two ways to read it, you could read it left to right or right to left, then that can't be... You can't have to try both of those until you get it. It has to be some logic behind why you would do it one way or not the other. Let's look through our books again. And then there's always the possibility that we've missed turning over a card. But we know there's wine, there's the seal, all right, let's go through the book again, and then we're going to have to take a break. Music seems to do strange things in the castle. That's more of a clue that we should be playing music every once in a while to solve a puzzle. Here's the music room that we played something in. You know what we should do? We should play the original puzzle and make sure it still works on this website. In fact, I'm going to do something. I'm going to play a random note here. Now I'm going to play this puzzle. And let us see if it doesn't care where you start from. So what was this puzzle for us? B, A, C, Okay, so, sorry. So let me point something out now. I've put in the puzzle from this just by playing this series on this page, even with anything preceding it, right? So I'm doing some random stuff here. And now I play this thing, which is B-A-C-G, B-A, did I do it? B-A, C, G. So notice it doesn't care what I did before it, so it's not finicky about it. So we don't have to worry about reloading the page. We don't have to worry about playing nothing before it. As soon as you get the series of notes, it works. All right, again, checking in the chat. If we look at logical, if north is up and the printed upside down, it makes sense that we should play it based on the orientation we are given. So my suggestion would be keeping the orientation it's supposed to be in. We lay the stained glass over it and figure out the notes based on that. Okay, I don't like it. I think you could make a case that, oh, that could be one of a dozen ways to read it. But without evidence that it should be that way, I just don't think it makes sense. Like, yes, it's a conceivable way to do it, but this game has not. That's a very bad puzzle to say that the answer is a conceivable way to do it. The puzzle has to give you one thing. When you realize it, you're like, aha. So, but we can do it. We can do it, and I believe we already did do it. But it's a pain in the ass to try to get all this right. So if we stick this over and read it upside down, which really seems wrong to me. Sorry, I'm getting on tilt, I'm for sure. It's B, and then B, and then A. So what, I didn't write it? Yeah, B, A, D, F. That's the B, A, D, F. And then this one is E, D, C, D, C. Yeah, we did this already. We did this, but okay, let me play it in the right order, which is first this, then this. I'll be very unhappy if this is right. E, A, D, F, and then E, D, which you can't see, C, D, C. Yeah, okay, that's not it, and it shouldn't be it. That's not it, and it shouldn't be it. Okay. Anna says, okay, I think I say goodbye now and watch it later to see. Okay, so Anna has reached her limit, which is okay. Which is okay. These are how these puzzle games go. Here's the way I look at it. Nicholas says, in terms of game design, I think it's just upside down to make it harder to recognize. I agree with that. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to, I'm sorry to be snippy. I do definitely feel like I'm getting a little frustrated and on tilt, but I have a different idea, which is if it took us 5 hours to solve it, everything about this game has earned our trust. All of the puzzles have been logical and have made sense and have rewarded not giving up and asking for hints. So what if it took us 6 hours to solve this one puzzle? That just means we get 6 more hours of the game in part 3. So, it's been an hour and a half. It's time for a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. All right, we're back, and we're going to slow down a bit. There is no need to rush these games. Let's enjoy them. All right. So I want to point something out. We've talked about possibilities where we could be getting stuck here. I want to point something out. Take a look at, this has to do also with trust in the designer. Take a look at this music notation. Okay, look at those notes. Notice they're not circles. They're not colored circles. They're these special angled notes. Okay, now look at the notes here. They're not circles. They're these angled things. Now look at the box, which is our music box. There was our puzzle 8. Look at the angled notes. Nothing in the game, if there's a consistency to this game, it is telling us that these are not to be played on the piano. That's how I read it. They're pips that look like they might be pips from a die. That's right. And we've got 4 and we've got 5 here. And it's clear that this lines up here. Now, I don't know what that means, but it does seem to me to really suggest that this is not solved on that piano. And it does look more like pips. Now, if we look at the pips, we've got a 2 pip here in this room on the map, whatever that means, which is in this shape. We've got a 1 pip here in this room, which is that shape. We've got a 4 pip here. Or are we overthinking it? If we just look at this turned this way for a second, if this is our answer, let's just keep it simple. If that's our answer, that shape is our answer, then what is it? We connect all the lines, what do we get? Something insane, doesn't help us. Let's look at the puzzle answers again together. See if we can make sense out of these in any way. Can I remove these? Let's see. Can I put them in here? Will that work? Not really, but I can come up and zoom in manually. All right. Anything make us think of those pips or that pattern? It's got to be something in the book, right? In a book or in a card or on his eyes. How are we supposed to know? Here is our answer. Here's our answer. What does it mean that that's the answer? Is there something else that can fit over that? Is there some way we can use the code with that? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I don't know how. It's just craziness. I don't see any good way to get that out of it. Let's look at our books again. It's a chapel. Every night I undergo a transformation. And we've got our books. Attaining a Musical Mastery of the Organ by Isaac Westcott. That does not help us. What about these? What about these letters? If we make the song, if we make these notes into letters, we get E, G, C, B. E, G, C, B. There's no E on this one. Are these gonna be? The 5 square is violet on the north tower drawing. All right, hold on. Let me check what the channel. I should have turned on the channel, the check thing in the back. All right. Sorry, I got to turn that on. How many times did we try playing the straight sequence from the book without reversing it? I went back in the stream and checked the first time we played and one note was wrong. Okay, so we could try that again. Logan says the 5 square is violet on the north tower drawing. What does that mean? The 5 square is violet. There's the north tower. You mean in the book? All right, I'm going to go turn on my reminder thing for a second. You mean here? I had a different thought. Let me tell you my thought before I go. Just an observation. I have a similar thought with pips. Okay. What if this is 5 pip, this is 4 pip? In the book, we're told the hallway is the 4 pip. This hallway is where the 4 pip is. Is this a symbol? Is this an answer symbol? In our book, do we have a symbol that matches this crazy thing? Is it this? That does not seem right. No, that's clearly not that. But do we have anything else that this is a symbol of? Or is that the shadow of a symbol? Of 2 hands? Sorry, you can't see this whole thing. Let's put it here. I'm going to put it here to give you guys a moment to stare at these possible clue answers while I go turn on my alert script. All right, alert script is on, so you should be able to alert me now. Sorry, I forgot to start it. There's something also fishy about this question mark to me. It's a dot. What if we add this to those pips? What do we get then? Should try what Nicholas said. How many times do we try to play the straight sequence? Or you think I got it wrong, huh? All right, let's try. I won't be happy. I'll be quite unhappy if this works. All right, so you're saying I played it wrong. All right, I'm going to do it now. You watch me. I'm going to play it straight from starting with her thing on the left, which is A, G, A, G, F. Okay, let's do it. So I touched it, but it didn't register. So I'm going to do it again. A, G, A, G, F. And then E, G, C, A. All right. Well, I mean, it's 99% my fault. It's not the first time I've typed something wrong into the tablet. That's frustrating, especially since I talked myself into the circles, not meaning the things, but so I must have just pushed something and it didn't register or pushed the wrong key. All right. Well, I apologize. So, all right. Well, it happens. It's a good lesson. What lessons do you learn? You got to try things over and over again the same way in case you made a mistake. I played an A instead of a G, is what Nicholas says. Nicholas said when he rewatched it. All right, well, that was upsetting. That was upsetting, but it's over. It's over. It's an hour wasted, but it's over. Not a fault of the game, although I would have preferred if they used those special symbols. A little bit touchy on the keypad, though, but all right. Not really a fault of the game. Oh. What's the lesson? Whenever you type something in that should work, do it like 5 times in a row. Make sure you really didn't make any mistakes. All right, so the answer to this puzzle is an H. Painful. All right, let's get our H. Now, if this is wrong, I'm just going to cancel this stream right now. All right. All right. It's okay. It's okay. This is, you know, I'm sure there are lessons. I'm sure there are lessons. I'm too bitter to figure them out now, but there are surely lessons. Okay, card 16, card 74, and tile 8. All right, well, I appreciate you guys helping me. What was the, so far at least I haven't read anything completely wrong. I haven't gotten the wrong tile out and ruined our game for us. And we have yet to miss a card, which could kill us. Oh my god, it looks like someone's bed chamber. All right, puzzle 14. Not happy. Not happy with puzzle 14. All right, the chamber. Opening the door, what door? Maybe we should be reading these first. Puzzle 15. $74. Okay, and then we played some song. Opening the door, you find Lucent's bedchamber. I don't know what door we opened, but we opened some door. It looks as if it's not been slept in for quite some time. Yeah, he's sleeping in a coffin now. Where could Lucent be? You search in vain for the key to the castle doors and realize with a heavy heart that Lucent must have kept it on his person after locking them. There's no way around it. To escape, you must confront the evil master of Castle Mordengraf directly. All right, where is the chamber on the map? Near the south tower. All right, there's the chamber. I see another shadow of a die. Does that make sense? Yes, look, there's another die in there. There's the 3 shining through somehow. That's where the knight is. This knight has an X on it for some reason. All right, we've got 2 cards. One looks like an adjustment to our decoder wheel. Brant, Randall, Cursed, and Seal. These are people in our gallery. So we'll no doubt have to look at our gallery inside of the box and put this in our decryptor. Here's the actual puzzle. All eyes work for Lord Lucent. His gaze reveals all. Okay, so that's clearly this card working with this and the gallery. But before we proceed, there's another card to come out, card 51. I do appreciate, Rob, your help in volunteering to save us some pain, and Nicola for finding my error. I should have let Rob give us something of an answer. Okay, so here we have another set of letters. And these I marked on were not relevant to us. Okay, so I'm thinking we have to find... I wouldn't be surprised if we don't have one more of these that fit on that page that wants 4, but I'm not sure yet. All right, so this is from his bedchamber. We'll just put this aside. Anything else in this bedchamber that we need to look at? Weird that there's an X. There's the shadow of the die coming through the window. Okay, our puzzle. All eyes work for Lord Lucent. His gaze reveals all. All right, so I think this puzzle has to do with this and maybe like this. So there they are. Look, that one's looking down. Here's this one. All the eyes line up. But it's not clear how to use that. Do these line up here too? Yeah. Okay, so if we go... So here are names, and we know this thing is telling us that the outer wheel is for Brant, this guy. So he's the outer wheel. And then the inner wheel is Randall, Cursed, and Seal. So we know who to use for each of the 4 wheels. We just have to figure out the number corresponding to each. So let's look at this again. Let me just write this out. Brant is first. Then comes Randall. Then comes Cursed. Then comes seal. Okay, so we need a 1 to 12 number for each of these. So what are our options? Well, let's come out and look at this gallery where they actually are. So this is where those paintings are hanging from the box. So this painting here is this painting here. Are they could be looking at clock times, right? Like this one is looking straight up. Is that looking at a 12? And then Randall. So is Randall a 12 and is Branst looking straight down? Is he a 6? And then Kirst is looking straight east. Is that a 3? And then Seal is looking straight down. Is that another 6? Is that what we're looking at? Or should we be looking at things that they're staring at in this room? Oh, that's right. There were numbers on the frame. You were telling me that before. On the frames of here, and I didn't see them. Wow, I still don't see them now looking here. Where was the numbers on the frames? I know you convinced me they were there and I started to see them. But now I've forgotten where we saw them. No, there were numbers here. That's right. I see. Okay. That makes sense now. I get it now. This poor channel. This poor channel. The frame of the Lord. Yes, you're right. Okay. So Branst was first. So we put this on Branst and we see what number on the Lord's frame is he looking at. So he's clearly looking here, which is the number 7. Okay. Randall came next. Okay. She's looking straight up at this number 2. Do you guys need me to zoom in more? Or can you see it? Okay, there she's looking straight up at that number 2. Okay. Kirst is here. He's looking straight at this number 4. And then Seal, right here, what is she looking at? Here? No, it's over. Is it this 7? Seems like he's looking this way. I can't tell if, is there a number there? What is that person looking at? Is it the 7? What do you guys think? 6? Where's the 6? Here? There's no intermediate number, right? Alright, so it's either the 6 or the 7. Let's put 6. Everyone seems like 6. I'll put 6, but then I'll put a little 7 in parentheses if that's wrong. Alright. Let's see if these eyes, that was a very creepy thing. Let's see if it works for us. All right. The first wheel is Branst. That's a 7. Okay. Next we have a 2. Next we have a 4. And next you guys say it's a 6. And you were right. Okay, so it's empty because we need to stick this in it. All right. Can you see that symbol there? What would you call that symbol? Little cannon, let's call it. Cannon or an upside down tooth. All right, let's look at our solutions here. Where's our little cannon? There it is right there. Shark fin. That's a good one. Shark fin. Okay, here we go. Okay, well, that puzzle was thankfully a lot smoother than our previous one, 56. Card 56, yes. All right, that's that solved. Probably don't need that again, but you never know. His gaze reveals all. Another drawing one. Put this aside. And let's rebuild our castle. This was over here. Okay. Puzzle 16. Take the remaining knights, swords, and stands from the box. Remove the stand from the silver knight only. Insert the 7 colored knights into the 7 available stands. Map out a course with pen on page, connecting blade to blade, and once complete, see what you've wrought. The symbol is displayed. See what you've wrought, like wrought iron. Okay, map out a course. Take the remaining knights, swords, and stands. So there's our knights and swords and stands. All right. Remaining knights, swords, and stands. Remove the stand from the silver knight only. So it sounds like it wants this one gone. He doesn't. Take the remaining knights, swords, and stands. Remove the stand. It says remove the stand. I don't know what that means. I guess that means it doesn't want him on the table anymore. This is the statue. I'm going to remove that too. These are the colored knights. Seems like we only need the colored knights now. Remove the stand. Okay. So we've got red, or yellow or orange, blue, and green. And then we've got 3 more. The gold one looks like he doesn't have a normal color. Okay, so this is going to be our 5, 6, 7, right? So those are the first 4, and then we're going to have purple, black, and gold. And it's not, the arrows are going to point. They're going to point. But do we know what? All right, well, let's put them in their things. This is a little bit finicky. I'm not sure they need to really match, but there's something about the gold sword being special, the book says. So let's get everything out. A little bit finicky, but all right. It'll be fun to have it set up on the table. Was there any other... Were there any rooms I removed that had any knights on them? I don't think so. No, they're just in the castle. All right. Some of these swords seem to be pointing down and some straight. Like, do you see how this is at an angle? That cut is at an angle, and then this one isn't. It's kind of weird, don't you think? There's the special gold sword. We can reread what the book said about the gold sword. It did say something special about it. Okay, so we have 6 stands. We have 7. Okay, so it said we can remove the stand from the silver knight. We don't need him. All right, so let's put everyone on their stand, and it's loose, so we have to tape them. It's a little bit finicky. That's all right. Let's put everyone out. You guys can talk amongst yourself. I can't believe I messed up that music puzzle. All right, now we do the swords. Let's see. Red gets a red sword. Looks like he's pointing at... That's troublesome if he's pointing this at an angle. Is it really that he's pointing this at an angle? Do I really have to care about that? That's nerve-wracking, if that's right. Given how finicky this is. I think surely... Well, I don't know. You guys are gonna solve it. Vertical angle should not matter, just the horizontal, yeah. All right, who's next? The Black Knight. Black Knight has a straight sword. And who's next? Green Knight has an angled sword. And going that way, sort of. And going that way, sort of. Boy, I do not like that. But okay, so be it. gonna break off. I don't know about these angled swords. All right. That's all right. It's not gonna be that important, I don't think. Okay, we'll worry about that later. That sword is supposed to be angled in some fashion. That's pretty ridiculous. Okay, this is the Gold Knight. Gold Knight, he's got a straight sword, thank God. I wouldn't have minded these knights having a better material built out of. I wouldn't have minded these knights having a sturdier build. Okay, 2 more left. Purple and blue. Yellow. Whose sword am I missing? I'm missing the blue person's sword, which I probably threw away somewhere on the ground. There it is. It's not lost. He just dropped it. In the exit games, when you have things to put on a stand, they're designed so that you fold the bottom to make it sturdier. That's not a bad idea. All right, blue sword is at an angle, which I really dislike. When I was in junior high school, I was in a small junior high school in New York City called the Clinton Project. It was like one of these alternative high schools, and I was the only one who knew how to use a computer, so I would teach a little programming class while I was in high school. And the teacher would come up to me, the principal and one of the teachers, and they'd look at my hands and they'd say, "Look at those fat, chubby fingers. How are they typing so quickly?" So I do not have the most elegant of fingers. Okay, there are all of our crazy people. All right, well, there they all are. Now, what does the channel think? Okay, the gold sword is removing the curse. I think that makes sense. The sword, okay, start with the red on the X. I think that makes sense. So let's go red on our X. I think because we've got a red X and we know red is number 1, let's put red on the X. Oh, he's pointing. I think the question is whether we think, I think the arrows tell where the sword points. So we're just going to do it that way. So let's see if you can see this. Okay, so there's the white arrow. So I think this is going to be pointing this way. Okay, so that makes the next one here. So that would be a yellow. And I think he's meant to be pointing here. Okay, that brings him to this guy who points right back at him. So that can't be right, can it? Oh, unless, yeah, these aren't on the table. All right, so am I wrong that the arrows point? Is it like this instead? Face the knight, and then the sword points to this one. Okay, so let's put this one Yellow was the next color. He's got a angled sword. So if he faces this way, then he's pointing. If he faces this way, he's pointing to this guy, I think. This is over like this. No, because this one's facing... Oh, well, let's see what his color is. Blue. Let's see. Does blue have an angled thing? Yes, he does. Okay, so there's blue with his angled sword pointing to here. That's next up is green. Green has a... What happened to green? Green is here. Okay, green has a angled sword, which I don't know how it was pointed. Here. I think he must be pointing to this guy. Okay, 5 was purple. Purple has an angled sword pointing this way. That can't be right. Now what? Purple is 5. Is it possible it's this one? And then black has a straight sword, so that doesn't work. Something's not right because someone has to be here. First of all, this is an empty room like this. The thing is, this is supposed to be this way. So this is going to have to be a sword that's angled. Like this, maybe. Boy, that does not seem right to me. I can see, okay. I gotta take a deep breath here because I can see how this is gonna drive me crazy if I'm not careful. Okay, we start out with red here, but the sword is angled. And the first question is, do we face... Okay, we're told in the book that the knights face according to the white arrow. So I'm going to face him according to the white arrow, which means his sword doesn't point that way. His sword points to this guy. Okay, that's very clear. The next one is this guy, and he actually... Well, let's think about it for a second. We have put the red on this. But the other way to do it is 1, 2, 3, 4. We could use the dice. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's just see what would happen if we put this on the 1. Oh, because that's not where knights are. That's fine. Okay. So he goes here. He points to this one. It's clear he has to point to this one, right? because of his sword angle. Okay, so that one's clear. 2 is another sword angle this way. So if that's true, he can only be pointing to this guy. So this must be a blue 3. Now this blue sword is very iffy. But it looks like it's this way. Okay, if that's right, then he's pointing to this guy, who would be our green 4. Now this sword needs adjusting because this is very confusing. This sword is going this way. All right, so if he's on that and he's going this way, but could he be going all the way to this guy? I can't tell if his sword is going... Maybe he's going to this guy, possibly. If so, this would be the purple 5, which would point... Let's say we make it even more angled. Boy, that just doesn't really seem like he's pointing at that one. All right, well, let's say he was. Then this would be 6. And this would be 7. So I guess that kind of would make sense. I guess this is not a bad layout. It's reasonably close. 1 to 2 to 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 to 7. And then that's pointing to the hidden room, which makes a lot of sense. So now it says, map a course with pen on page, connecting blade to blade. Once complete, what you see you've wrought. All right, so let's draw it out, right? So this guy goes to this guy, goes to this guy, goes to this guy, who 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 goes to there. Now that seems, unless this is, can't tell if this is supposed to be straight, so maybe straight down. All right, so this looks insane, but we know there are some of those insane symbols in the thing. Let me just draw it a little better. All right. Okay, so here's what I've got for a symbol. Let's see if such a symbol is in here. There's a bunch of squiggly ones. Let's see if I can get you a good view of it. Okay, so there's a squiggly one. There's a squiggly one. There's one below it. Looks like one. There looks like one. Unfortunately, I do not see ours. Is it? It's actually this one, isn't it? the first one. It looks like I got it slightly wrong though, doesn't it? I mean, yes, it is this one, surely. It's close to this one. Sorry, I'm trying to get it in view here. But if we just draw our people out, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I guess that's, we just didn't use the last guy. We don't draw where 7 is pointing. So if we get rid of the gold knight pointing, we just get that, which is that. Okay, is everyone happy with using that? Please tell me we don't need to keep these guys anymore. Okay, everyone happy with that symbol? If so, I'm going to scratch it. Okay, I see my check light is on. Everyone agreed. Okay. The first one I pointed at. Okay, here we go. Well, looks like we got it. That could have been more painful. I do not like those angled swords. Those were troublesome. That was just a bridge too far. I don't think we needed that to make it more difficult. But it was pretty cool. All right, card 62. The great part is we're done with those people, surely. At least all but for the gold one. All right. I suppose one thing that should be said for this is that it's pretty unique to have this kind of bouncing around puzzle in these games, because most of these games do not have this spatial element. So that was pretty impressive. And I've lost a guy. Where was this? This was our red. This guy was here. Okay, card 62. We've discovered the secret room is what we've discovered. All right, so how are we going to do this? All right, let's get out the cards for this, and then I'll move it around during the break, maybe. All right, let's see what this room looks like. So we've discovered a secret room, which brings out card 48, card 15, and tile 12. Card 15, card 48, and tile 12, which is our last tile. Oops. Our last tile. Our last tile is the laboratory. The gold knight strikes its sword into a mechanism within the wall. A panel opens, revealing a hidden door. Once inside, you scour Lucent's secret room for whatever information you can find and pull a conspicuous wall lever. It unlocks a door in the south wing and you venture inside. A laboratory. Experiment notes and ramblings are scattered all over the floor. You look over them and it seems that Lord Lucent was not always the terrible creature you have encountered. The notes refer to a curse that gradually transformed him. It seems he was trying to rid himself of the curse and he believed he was close to a cure. But the creature inside him ultimately prevented his research from continuing. That's what notes we already read and we found. Okay, so he's got a map of drawings on the wall. These look a little bit familiar. Familiar with here. In fact, I believe that's exactly what it is right there. So this is this. All right, we'll come back to that in a second. Let's see what other cards we've got here. So this brought out these, and then this itself brings out card 22, which is, I believe, going to be our fourth and last of these cards. Could be wrong, could be more than 4, but I have a feeling they may line up in that page. Okay, that was 22, and then 15 and 48, which this one also brought out. We've got a song with letters and our next puzzle. The affliction is both of the blood and the soul. Whatever the cause, there is something, a pathogen perhaps, present in my blood. It requires further study. Choose a cutting instrument. Extract the pathogen only. Observe the results. That's pretty interesting. Choose a cutting instrument. Extract the pathogen only and observe the results. That is quite interesting. We do know there is that one page that says blood. And I wonder if these are one of the pathogens. Something has cursed my soul is in this castle. The creature cannot venture forth. It's a curse of the blood. To be sure, there's more to it than that. Another victim. Why does the creature drink their blood? This is more than simple nourishment. The creature turns its victims into wine. By sunlight, it burns. So I think maybe one of these is the pathogen. You can sort of see through this page if you need to. Interesting. All right, well, got a bunch of things to consider. Where is the laboratory? We're going to take a break in a second. The laboratory is supposed to live, actually, when we open the secret room. The laboratory was over here. And then this secret room, I guess, is over here. But is there anything more to see? It doesn't feel like there's anything more for us to see in here, although I see gears on the gears or wheels. Let me show you this before we take our break and I move it. Is there anything more to study on this card? Any more clues here? It's a bunch of skulls. It's weird that we haven't built the South Tower yet. Feels like this should be the last room, but it's clearly not. All right, well, we'll take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and we'll see what we can figure out in the lab. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Club for 2. We're playing Curse of the Dark, Part 2. We're on puzzle 17 of 22, we think. We've discovered the laboratory. I've moved things around a little. I moved the south tower out of the way so we could focus on the lab. Okay, so the puzzle says, the affliction is both of the blood and the soul. Whatever the cause, there is something, a pathogen perhaps, present in my blood. It requires further study. Choose a cutting instrument, extract the pathogen only. Observe the results. So let's just think about what we've got here. We've got this pattern, which we know matches this exact pattern this way. These look like parts of paths of things that could string together. So there's that. There's also the fact that this has a line that says blood. And these look like more paths. So I think the first thing we're going to do is we're going to cut this. Surely there's no harm in that. Although I would note there is a little blood fingerprint here that could be for nothing. But all right, so we may need to cut those out more. I would also note we have this card which has got some notes and looks like a place to write the letters. So let's do that while we're thinking about this one. The other thing to consider is we also have these cards which have what look like they could be parts of paths on it, or blood. And we've also got these, which we're not sure how to use. You could imagine that we'd have to cut out pathogen from this. P. Let's see if there's more than one of all of these letters, pathogen. I'm very curious to see if pathogen would have unique. Would it matter if we cut out the letters pathogen from this? There's no P there. There's no P there. There is a P here. Surely there would be multiple. It is interesting to think, might there be only one of each of these letters? A unique place to cut out? Like, it looks like there might be a unique P. Is there a unique A? There is an A. There's no other A that I can see. All right, what about a T? There's a T. There's only one T? What about H? There's only one H? What about O? There's one O. That's a D. There's only one O. This is making me think this is right. What about a G? There's a G. There's only one G. What about an E? If there's only one E, then this is absolutely it. It's the right font too. Can you see? It matches the font. All right. There's an E. That's the only E. And then there's going to be only one N. So there's a unique letter to cut out of this. There's the N. It's the exact matching font. No interior letters either. Okay, so that's it. So this is where we're going to cut pathogen out. And then we're going to lay this on. We're going to lay these 4 cards on this page is what I think, which is going to let some things show through. So we didn't need to cut this out yet. All right, so let's do that, yeah? So there's our O. There's our T. Well, you wouldn't want to mess this up, would you? There's our P. There's our A. T. There's our H. O. G. Where's our E? E. And lastly, our N. Okay, let me cut these out. It's a good observation that they were all on the outside edges, not interiors. Can you imagine if you did this, if you cut these things up wrong? You might have a hard time. Like, imagine you cut all these letters out, thinking that you have to assemble all the letters into something. What would you do at that point? All right, so do we don't think it says extract the pathogen only. Observe the result. Yeah, so I was going to say we don't need to use these letters, surely, but we'll save them just in case. Somewhere. Okay, so here is our cards that we've cut our letters out of, and I think they're going to go in that book. I think they go in order. 22 would be here. 51 would be here. Okay, that's not quite right. Surely this is the right thing to do. Could be the other way too. Let's see if the chat has come up with anything. Professor Puzzle has printable replacements. Oh, I see there's a light, a check light. Okay, let's see. What does the check light say? In the bottom right card, it might show table. Okay, let's see. Bottom right card. It's possible that these letters mean something too. All right, so I missed the table part. If there's something you want me can keep check. That doesn't seem, sorry. Let me know. This doesn't seem right. This doesn't seem right. Check blood. That seems like that could be right. Check the blood. Check the blood. That doesn't seem right, does it? Could these be upside down? Creature seems like a good thing to want to do. This is kind of fun and interesting. Okay, you had it. Entrance. Where do you guys, you gotta check the blood. Entrance hall. Ah, yes. Okay, I think that's it right there. It just fooled me, but check the blood entrance hall. Check the blood entrance hall. I mean, yes, we do have blood in the entrance hall. But what does that want us to do? Why would we see that dash there? That's not quite right, I don't think. Although, yes, I could have cut a little bit more here. That's a little iffy, that check the blood entrance hall part. I agree, though. It seems like it's probably right. Why is there a dash, though? Check the blood. entrance hall. Check the blood entrance hall. That's our sample and symbol. That's our sample and symbol, the blood with his soul, the pathogen only. Okay, so let's write this down. You think check the blood entrance hall. And then there's a dash. The dash makes me feel like there's more. But okay, let's assume that's it. We've still got this. Diary entry 602. You know, there's something else. This is diary entry 602 here. I want to point something out first. This is diary entry 602. What I want to point out is we've got a page here that says, look at this. 602. This is a different cutout. So what do we make of that? Let me see if the number of things are the same. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. This feels like this is a different set. Okay, so this would go down here. This is this. And then this is here. And then this is there. Check the entrance hall table. Check the entrance hall table. Okay, well, it's good we remembered that. Multiple of us remembered to check that. So we had this. That was weird that we still got entrance hall, but we didn't get table. How on earth did that happen? Oh, it was that big gap in here, huh? We saw check the blood entrance hall, but really that was wrong, although it sure looked right. Instead, it's check the entrance hall table. Okay. Now that seems a little better. Check the entrance hall table. It's nice that it had that clue. Okay, here's our entrance hall. Let's check the table. Let's check the table. There's the table, and there's a symbol on that table. So I believe that's going to be the answer to this puzzle. Is going to be, unless there's something else about the table that's important, it seems to me that this is the symbol we want for this puzzle, for puzzle 17. Does anyone disagree with scratching this off as the answer to this puzzle? There is a lot of blood in the entrance hall, but clearly it wants us to check the entrance hall table. Go for it. Agree. Okay, so we got some agreement in the channel, so we're going to do it. We're going to try to scratch off that deluxe Y looking shape. Okay, where is it? Where is our deluxe Y? Do I need to study it more? Am I wrong? Is it not a Y? What is it? Looks like a deluxe sideways Y. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Okay, it's another green. We have yet to make a mistake in this game. Although, boy, have we come close. Thanks to me. All right. 44, 45, and 75. All right, well, that was a pretty fun one. 44, 45. These have things that pop out of them. And 75. Okay. Put this away. Our table's getting messy. We think probably we're done with these. I'll put these away. These are our new cards. We're done with this puzzle. It doesn't have anything on it. We can put that away. We can put that away. We can put this away. This is our stack of puzzles we've already done, but with symbols on them. So we're going to need those at some point. Okay. New cards. Okay, where have we seen those things before? Puzzle 18, sever the bloodline, then fold in order. Okay, so these pop out. These look like the shapes that we see in the dice room, shadows. I'm not sure if we use these or not. I'll just put these aside for now. Okay, so these shapes are the shapes of these things here, which, as we know, are also the shapes of these. Sever the bloodline. That was the line that I cut right here that said blood. So we've severed the bloodline. Then fold in order. Okay, so these are folding origami lines. Logan reminds us we still haven't done this. Okay, let's do that in a second. But let's do this because this looks fun. So we're starting with 1. We're folding 1 up. So let's look at this. Let's put this to match. Okay, so this is matching this. This is aligning with this. Okay, the 1 is this L here, which says up. I'm thinking that means to fold this. I wonder if there's a nice clean way to do this. I'm thinking that means to fold this line up. So the reason I'm thinking that is there's the L for the 1, and it's pointing to this top of this blue line. So I'm folding this. Maybe I should be folding it this way. I don't know. Next is 2, which is this shape here. And it's pointing to this one here. So if I look at this line here, it wants me to fold on this line, I believe. You can alert me in the chat if you think I'm misunderstanding these folds. We can always unfold them, obviously. Okay, 3 is this symbol here, like this. And it's pointing to this line here, which is this line. Whether it goes backwards or forward, I don't know. Okay. 4 is the plus. If I read it right, it's pointing to this line here. Sorry, did I turn it upside down? What have I done? Four is this line here. Okay, 4 is this line here. Which we don't know which direction I should be folding it. This doesn't look right. But probably it should be this way. Let's make all the creases and then I'll do it. Let me check in the chat. What does the chat say? First music note still to transcribe. Okay, no one's helping me with that. All right. 6. Now let's do it let's redo it, but do the opposite this time. So this is the right way out. Okay, so 1 is this one. We're going to fold it this way this time. 2 is this one. I'm going to fold it this way this time. This looks even worse. 3 is this line. That would be folding it this way. 4 is the tricky one. 4 is this one, which is pointing to this line. 5. That can't be because then I can't see it. All right, 1 is this one. 2 is this one. 3 is this one. 4 is this one. Okay, 5. 5 is this one right here. Yeah. This one right there. And then the last one is 6, which is this one right here. Okay, so that looks right. This looks bizarre. Surely this is the right shape. Sever the bud line, then fold in order. All right, so this looks like this is almost right, but maybe feels like maybe this should have been a little bit lower. Show this. What the hell? How is that? Is that a symbol? It doesn't quite look right. The last two the other way, you think? You think the last two this way? How did you know to do the last two the other way? Do they all go the other way? What the heck? I'm afraid I'm a little bit lost. Okay, I'm lost. And Nicholas says there, that's it. How can this be it? Something's wrong here, right? Surely something is wrong with this. Something can't be right here. I mean, let's check our answer symbols, but that does not look right to me. It looks like close. It's close. At least it's connected. All right, well, let's see if there is a symbol like that. Okay, well, there actually is a symbol exactly like that. Can you see it? Who can see this crazy symbol? Here, I guess since it's right, I'll tape it. Left page, second one. Yeah, it's right there. I guess this is the pathogen we've discovered. Like, this is the protein folding of this pathogen in his blood. All right, I'm going to scratch it off. If that wasn't it, that would have been crazy. This idea that these weird symbols are answers to puzzles is really quite fascinating. I've not seen that before, I don't think. Okay, this is the little, like, parasitic worm is what this is. That's in his blood. All right, let's put that aside. All right, so we examined the parasitic worm, and we got 31, 32, and 43. 31, 32, and 43. And we've still got the symbols. We think we're done with this one. We've still got this and these, and it looks like these are more punch cards. So there's two more dice, and here's this one. Okay, so I'm punching out these shadows from the dice that we've yet to figure out the use of. Now we've got 4 of them for 4 dice. Makes sense. Okay, there's our 4. It's interesting that they've got blue at the bottoms, or tops, as the case may be. We'll put these aside in case we need these. Okay, and now it tells us, Puzzle 19, take the ruined tower pieces from the box. We're going to do this in a second. And construct the ruined tower. And then it wants us to use our flashlight. So let's do our tower. So here's our tower. And we've got a diagram of that somewhere here. Okay, it's got an entryway on the north face with a 2, and then on the right side it's got a 1 at the bottom. Okay. I always see these dots on the stairs. Okay, and then how do we know the order of these? Because they go 1, 2, 3, 4 in the order you would walk them. So 1, 2, then I'm guessing this is going to be the third floor as you go around, and then 4 at the very top. That's my guess as to these two sides. So his notes say, I always pass these dots on the stairs. So I think he's walking around 1, 2, 3, 4 as he goes up. And so that's how I've reconstructed it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, and then these face the north, like this. So there's our tower. This one's facing north. Okay, and then this goes on top, presumably. And then it looks like cards are going to get slid inside here. Take the ruined tower, construct the ruined tower. Oh, you know what it's going to be. That's right. These cards are going to make shadows. How clever. Okay, so here are our shadows. Let us go back to our map and remind ourselves what number is each die, each shadow. So this one is from this room. And if we look at our map, this one is 4. So here's our 4th level. Of course, we don't... Oh, let's see. There's blue here. Does that help us here? Yes, because that's the stairs. So when he gets to the 4th level, the stairs are going to be in front of them. So that's going to be the stairs for the 4. The stairs for the 1 is here. Where's the 1? Portrait gallery. That's this shadow right... This shadow right here. So at the 1, it goes in, oriented towards where there's stairs at 1, and then he's going to walk to 2. Where's our 2? Our 2 is the Grand Hall, which was here. Like this. Where's our shadow here? Shadow is right there on the table. It's this shape here, here, and here. So that's level 2. And then lastly, level 3. Level 3 is in the bed chamber, which is, where did we put the bed chamber? Here. There's the bed chamber, and there's the symbol for this. This one right there. Is that right? Or did I mix up? That's very similar, actually. I guess this is actually this one. So I did one wrong, I think. 4-1 is this one. Okay, so this is actually 1. Boy, they're similar, huh? It's meant to throw you off, but this is the flatter one. This is the flatter one. This is the one that looks more like a dog's head. So this is 1. And then this is 3. Which goes over on the other side as you walk up it. Okay, so you walk up the tower 1, 2, 3, and then finally 4. All right. What does the puzzle say? And then look down. So let's see if you guys can see that. Oh no, it would be nice if we could get it for you. Where's our flashlight? Is this gonna work? I don't have to look straight down it. Where is the straight down it? I don't know, guys. Lift the tower. Oh, cast a shadow. Let's see. Maybe that'll work. Okay. Oh, you can't see that, can you? Maybe if I do it on the front view, can you see it? You can kind of see it now, right? I mean, it doesn't... It looks like an H with a dot on the top below the bar and an H with a dot on the right of the bar. Or a horse with a dot, a rider dot and a dot between it. We have that symbol. All right, if you say so, let's see what we got. Do we have that symbol? That was a good idea to lift it up. Where is it? It's not the H. We've already done that one. Ah, it's this one right here, huh? It's this one right here. Does it make sense? It's turned sideways. Does it line up if I do it the right way? If I face north. Boy, it's hard to see. Whoops. I'm trying to think what would be the logical way to face. North. So if you're looking at it north, that's what you see. A line, 2 dots in the middle, and then another line on top. All right, so that sure looks like that one right there. Yeah, is everyone comfortable with that one? Surely that's it. And Nicholas saying it would make sense if you're looking at it through the door. All right, let me check. I guess I could show you guys looking at. Yeah. All right, so let me see if, I mean, we know the answer, but let's see if I can give you guys the same experience looking through the front door as Nicola suggests. So there it is. Okay. And let's just make sure there's nothing that looks almost exactly like it, but different. No, that's the only one. All right, so there's our tower, which has now fallen apart. I'll just put that all over there. All right, everyone's okay with doing it? Then let's do it. What would we call this symbol? I don't know. It kind of looked like a horse and a rider to me. Logan said it first. We have that symbol. Okay, here we go. Everyone's agreeing it's this, right? All right, that was it. Okay. We're now to get out card number 68. I was going to say 66. It's good it's magnified. We are almost out of cards here. Okay. And our table is a mess. Whoa, look at this. The dead must be faced. Puzzle 20. Reflect this. Purple and red are as advertised. What on earth does that mean? Reflect this. Purple and red are as advertised. I've made a mess of my table. I sure hope I don't need to use those swordsmen again. Okay, here's purple and red. Look. Here's purple and red. Yes. Okay, let's do the thing we haven't done here yet. All right, so where's our music notation? Let's write down what these notes are. I'm not sure this is what it wants here, but if so, that would be an F. This would be an A. This would be a C. This would be an E. And this would be a D. Faced. The dead must be faced. And here we have faced. And then it says reflect this. What does that mean, reflect this? What is that thing? Doesn't quite look like a dragon. And then on our music symbols, one of our things says dead. The dead must be faced. Purple and red are as advertised. What does that mean? I mean, purple and red, we do have purple and red castles. Castle Morneau, Castle Mardengraf. Intriguing. The tapestry is in the house. And it looks like a griffin, says the chat. We haven't done anything in the seal room yet. Which is very suspicious. And we do have those symbol cards. 1, 2, 3, 4. Purple, red. Are those going to be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? We've got 6 houses. 1, 2, 3, 4. Dead must be faced. Do you think it's just to play these two things? No, because then it says purple and red are as advertised. Red is Mordengraf, and purple is Chateau Marneau, which is a hand. If we had a letter, so I wonder, if we had a letter that we could associate with Chateau Marneau, and a letter we could associate with Mordegraf Castle, as advertised, huh? Well, Chateau Marneau, the purple, has got a hand symbol. I don't know how that helps us, though. Advertised. And then, so it feels to me like maybe we could figure out what the missing ones are by their house symbol. Purple is Chateau Marneau. And then what would this one be, though? And then the question is, does this puzzle, certainly sounds like it needs us to know these, so that would mean all of them. Okay, I see my alert is on. Let's see what the chat is trying to tell me. Is there some promo material in the box as advertised? The back of the box. The one thing on the music looks like a shield which has been mirrored. Check the back of the box, please. Okay, let's see. As advertised. Okay. There is something in the thing of the box. Oh, look at that. That's very smart. Very smart of the channel. I did notice that these were here at some point and think, that's not in the game. But you guys are clever. Okay, purple is a D. Red is an A sharp. Nicola is on fire. My experience with exit is showing. That's right. Okay, so purple is D. I'm going to be very curious then, especially since Nicola's played many more exits than I have, to hear how this compares with exit at the end. Okay, so purple D, red is A sharp, as advertised. So this is D, and red is A sharp. Okay, let's actually draw that in. A sharp, F sharp, A sharp would be here. And then the D is here. Okay, so we've got this one. The dead must be faced. Reflect this. Reflect the face? Is that what it's just saying? Reflect the face? If we reflect the face, we get DECAF. But where would that... This is a weird one, right? The dead must be faced. Don't know what that means. And the note here, huh? It's weird because this is the banner that's for every house banner, so how would we decide which one? We've got a snake, a hand, a horse. Where's my list? We've got a horse, a hand, a snake, a dragon, a bat, and a... What's the one I haven't written down here? I wonder if it's not a banner in the house somewhere. But where was our... At least let me find out what I can't read off here. Oh, that's the antler. So... Isn't the griffin on a tile? Well, is it? We had a boar's head, a snake, a crow. Did we have a tile with a griffin on it? What about our thing here? Does she have a little shield banner? No. She's got a sword, but no shield banner. Nicholas has got to go for a while. Hopefully be back before you finish. Okay. I don't see any griffins on any tiles. Of course, I could have missed them. Reflect this. What does that... I mean, surely it doesn't mean actually reflect it with a mirror. Surely that would not look any different. So we've got two problems. One is figuring out what this note goes here. And the other one is figuring out what the dead must be faced means. And those might be the same thing. The dead must be faced. So this card must be this. What does that mean? We don't know. And we still have these to rearrange, but we think maybe we're not supposed to do these yet. Is it possible there's a tile with a griffin on it that I'm overlooking? All right, let's go through our books. Was there tapestries in the heat room? You have a point. There were 2 tapestries in the heat room. That's a good point. There were 2 things in the heat room. There's your griffin. You were right. There's the griffin. Now, how did we use this stone thing? We bounced him off it. Is that what we did? When we had to do the puzzle with the horseshoe, the statue has a mirrored shield, that's right. So it's just, is it just a matter of what's on the line from the, my hand's too cold. Okay, I guess that's the answer right there. Can you see that? Okay, so if you bounce this guy, if he looks towards the griffin, he sees an A. All right, well done. So now we know that this is an A. Because that's the shape of the banner right there, which is right here. So now we've got 4 cards and this. But we're told the dead must be faced. What does that mean? One, two, three, four. I'm assuming we're going to play this whole thing, but do we have to modify this with this somehow? Does it line up? It doesn't line up. I was thinking, like, would they be offset so that they could conceivably be offset, but they look like they're touching here. Like if they were interleaved, I would feel better about it. but they're a little bit offset. Like you could imagine it would go this, 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 this. But the fact that these two are so close to one another makes me think that that's not it. Replace dead with faced? That's a possibility. Dead must be faced. If you did it this way, what would you get? Same problem. Change dead to faced. Okay. Well, we can certainly try it. We can certainly try it. And if it doesn't work and the monster wakes up, we know who's to blame. All right. Now, I do not have good luck with this piano, but we're going to give it a try here. Oh, it's time for a break. A little bit of suspense there. We'll take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We'll try playing this on the piano. We're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. I was just stuffing my face with some toast, bread, and butter. Let's take a little moment here and chat for a bit. There's two hits that this channel has taken on my gaming life, in addition to almost destroying a friendship. One was shuffling cards. Now when I play with Greg on the channel, I never seem to be able to shuffle the cards. I would shuffle like 10 times, 20 times per time. It's just something enjoyable about it. For some reason, Greg does all the shuffling when we play. The other thing that's taken a hit from YouTube gaming versus normal gaming is I would be stuffing my face with snacks normally. And on the YouTube channel, that just doesn't come across that well. That has been a real sacrifice that I've made to share these sessions with you guys. On the other hand, you can see how much I've benefited from playing this with like-minded people on the channel. And, you know, you watch these YouTube board game channels, and it's not uncommon for them to wrap up their little videos. I'm not knocking the other board game channels. They're much better than I am in many ways. But it always, I don't know if rubs me the wrong way is the right way to say it, but I'm always like, really? When they end these channels and say, you know, like, we're doing this, our mission is to get more people into the board game hobby and whatever. I'm thinking, really? Is that really why you're doing it? It's just a pure altruistic, like, I'm trying to be honest. I don't really know why I'm doing this. There's some pathology. Talking about pathology. There's some sort of sickness to having a YouTube channel. You want to go help people, go feed the homeless. Don't make a YouTube board gaming channel. That's not how you help the world. So, but I'm not trying to help the world with these videos. Having said that, you know, you could imagine if someone watches me get frustrated and we spend an hour trying to solve that piano puzzle without any luck, or an hour before we turned over that piece of paper to see there's something written on the back. At least someone might watch that and say, hey, next time I get frustrated and it takes us a half an hour to figure out what to do, maybe I won't read the hint. Maybe I'll just stick with it for another half an hour and retry it. So maybe we'll, you know, we're not perfect. I'm not perfect. In fact, I come from a long family of slow thinkers. A long line of lineage of very slow but deep thinkers. So, and sort of sloppy puzzle solvers. So, you know, maybe this will serve as an example. You don't have to go to the hint. You don't have to give up. Stick with it. After an hour, you'll figure out you did something stupid and you'll get it solved. Okay. You guys at home get to eat snacks. I wonder how many snacks are you guys piling in during the breaks? So we've got some very kind statements in the channel. Well, I appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Okay. How are we going to solve this puzzle now? Puzzle 20 out of 22. So 3 more left. This is our last one. We have now we've got 4 parts of this cursed sonata. It does say incomplete. Okay, that was because of the things. We filled it in. We've got this extra card. It says the dead must be faced. The best theory in the channel seems to be to put it on top of faced. I think there's also a possibility that it interleaves, but I don't think so. So we're going to try it. We're going to put it on top. Now, Rob says this is too long, but I don't think so. I think this is it. But it could be that each of these generates something. But we're going to try it now. And you guys are going to keep me honest and catch me if I make any piano mistakes. Catching up in the chat, though. Logan ate some gummy bears. Did you eat the non-sour gummy bears? Because to me, those are disgusting, but the sour ones are good. Rob ate a full meal of breakfast. All right, here we go. We're going to play this piano. We know we don't, from practice, we don't have to reload it. Okay. A, C. I wish the notes were on these keys. I think that's how I got into trouble last time. All right, we're going to start with number 1, which is A, C, A sharp, D. Okay. A, C, A sharp, D. Okay, so nothing happened. Now the question is, did I do that wrong or do we have to do this whole thing? Let's try doing this whole thing. I don't love it. A, C, A sharp, D. All right, let's do the rest of it. I'm going to pay attention to the chat if someone sees me do something wrong here. Okay, then we've got F, A, C, E, D. That's our faced, number 2. Number 3 is A sharp, and then F sharp. Number 4 is A and D. Hey, we got it. I think maybe, yeah. It'd be nice to hear that. It would be nice if this puzzle, when you got it right, it sort of played it back to you as a song, because I can't really pay attention while I'm typing it. Okay, so we've got the solution to that. You guys were right about this replacing it, I assume, because hopefully we haven't stuck in the wrong thing here and now we're going to raise a creature, like a malformed creature. Hopefully we've got this right. All right, so puzzle 20, the answer is Q. Where is our Q? Right there. Okay, here we go. No objection? Logan says, I played along, the notes match mine. Okay, here we go. So far, all green. I'm kind of proud of that. Especially since, you know, you get sloppy, you make mistakes. I'm kind of proud that we haven't made a mistake. I really tried hard to make a mistake, but you guys saved me from that one. All right, let's see what we got here. 19 and 63. We're really coming to the end here. 19 and 63. Let's see what we got. Anyone have any theories for how this is going to end? Let's clean up a bit. I really hope these knights do not come back. Okay. I think we're done with that. Probably. 19 and 63. No more punching out, but we do have a little bit of a shape. Story card. The last note rings out from the organ. A moment passes before you hear a heavy unlocking sound. Then the wailing of a tormented soul calls out to you. It seems to be coming from the dungeon. Gulp. Which one was our dungeon? I think this was our dungeon. I think our dungeon and our seal room were like this, in some arrangement. That's a little scary. And then there's some symbol on this card. It might be time for us to put together these symbols. Surely that'll be the end. Okay. Oh yeah, here it is. This is going to be it. Puzzle 21, Part A. So this is it. Remove the cardboard insert from the box and discard it. Link the seals together and light the path. Remove the cardboard insert. Link the seals together. All right. Well, if we get out our box here. Do not remove this insert from the box. So now I'm going to take this out, throw it away, and what's happening here? There are dots all around it and blood and everything, and a coffin. So there's dots all around. They look like the heat reacting material. Can you guys see it? There you go. That's a better view of how there are circles all around it. And we heard him waking up from his coffin. It's all bloody. Look at this whole bloody thing. And then here in the center is the dragon symbol. So what we're looking at here is here, I think. This looks like the seal room is what we've got. I think. Something like that. Okay, and then here at the edge, 39 and 76. Okay, it's a little terrifying. 39 and 76. Okay, so there's a 39. And there's a 76. And then there's 3 cards left we haven't seen yet. Alright, I'm just going to clear some space here so we can see what we're up against here. A little scary, I'll admit. It's a little scary. What cards haven't we used yet? Is there anything we haven't used by now? I think maybe we've used everything. Okay. Remove the cardboard inset. Link the seals together to light the path. And a 33 here. This is going to be our pattern on the back of these cards. But do you think it's a path of seals? I wonder. Let's see what these are. Oh, here's puzzle part B. Okay. Story. The large seal in the castle dungeon has unlocked. I think that's they're talking about this room here. You step inside. This is it, the crypt, the resting place of Lord Lucent. The wailing has stopped and Lucent lies motionless in his coffin, a pained expression on his face. Perhaps the creature hungers. Okay, this is kind of terrifying. And puzzle part A and puzzle part B. So it looks like maybe we're going to line up 9 cards. I wonder if these are going to be the cards in the symbol. Maybe line them up in descending order. Link the seals together. Four, 5. It's not clear to me if this is talking about these heat things. I'm almost afraid to like look in one. Let's look at this code again, though. $39 has some. Okay. Let's see what we've got here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So we've actually got 12 cards, not 9. But I do think it's time to weigh these out. See what we got. And there's a 33 to start us. I wonder if card 33 is in here. There's card 33. So let's just play with this a little bit. There's card 33. It's hard to know if we should be doing this or this. Let me sort. It can't be sorted descending, can it? Let me sort these. How many cards did I say there were? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then 1, 2, 3. No, that doesn't make sense. Okay, let's sort these in case there's some significance to that. I'll look in the channel and see what theories people have as I'm doing this. So if we were to go down from 33, which I'm not saying we should start at 33, we would have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So that doesn't make sense. These might be numbered. Descending. If we start at the highest number and descend, that looks like it's going to be right. Oh, that doesn't look right, though. Did I get something in the wrong order? Did I miss a card? Descending doesn't seem right anymore. Suppose we could just try to find our own pattern. I do think we need to be very careful that this game doesn't trick us into making a mistake. Like, I do feel like most of the time the puzzle would not have a wrong way to get to an answer. But I do feel like that you could try to have a finale where you punish the players by letting them make a mistake and getting killed. Okay, so there's our symbol there. They are descending, just as it said. It's just that they're not every card. That gives us 3 cards. Okay. Channel says Jesse check. That seems correct. Far-fetched. What is the number of puzzles in the card? That is the descending card. Oh yeah. So that's not far-fetched. That's completely reasonable. That is the answer to part B. So that's the answer to part B, but not part A. Part A says link the seals together. All right, so these are obviously seals. So these are going to be seals. It is a little confusing that this is number 33. And then these may just be distractions. These may not be used, but maybe we should see if we can combine these to a symbol. They could just be red herrings. I think they might just be red herrings. All right, but this is part B. We need to do part A first, which I guess is going to involve checking the seals. Now there's his coffin. There's seals all around it. They're all a little offset. So like the ones on the edges are a little bit inside. You know, like these are on the outside, and then these are a little bit in, a little bit in. So if you wanted to try to do this, how would you... Shall we just see what one of these is? I'm just afraid. I don't want to wake him up. Okay. So that number says 86. We don't have a card 86. There's 33. Link the seals together to light the path. Okay, 26. It feels like there's something else, actually. Like it's a sun or something on the edge. Like there's lines on the edges. Can you see? There's little... I wish I had like a little lighter. The center wipes up, but the edges don't. Is there a symbol like the one that was made from the back of the cards at the answer symbols? Yeah, I agree with you. This is going to be the answer to B, but don't you think we should do A first? Or you think we should just do the one we can do? Just feels to me like it wants us to do this one first. Let's see if we can find our 33. I mean, I think we should do this one until we have reason to believe we can't. 54, 22. It's kind of craziness, isn't it? 48. What would do this automatically? What little heat source could I use that would do these numbers automatically? 19. You can't see them with a flashlight, can you? $33. Oh, is that what you think it is? The ones in part A. So there's our 33. So I think maybe, like, look at it this way. There's 33. And then 93, no, but 33. Let's see if we can find connection. 33, 42. 33 goes to 42. What's this one? Sorry, let me at least give you something that's not too distracting. I see 78. I see a 16. So 33, 42. 33, 42. There's a 16. There's a 28. 75. Okay, so the 9 linked seals, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, are these 9 things. So we just have to make sure there's not, like, we just figured this out on our own. Is there any way to get this wrong, though? It is a little weird that the 33... Let's take a look and see if there are any symbols that are like symmetric versions of this, that we have to worry about the order of this. Because you could imagine it gets upside down or something. Let's take a look. So what does it look like? It's like a lightning bolt with a little triangle on the right. Anything here that matches that? Lightning bolt with triangle? Not really. What about over here? Is it that one right there? Sure looks like that one, isn't it? All right, so it looks like that's our answer. And that's the answer to puzzle 21. And that part A was just to help us get this. Is that what we think? I just do not want to make a mistake on this and wake up the dead guy. Because you could put it in a different order. There are lots of things that look similar. Doesn't it trouble anyone that the 33 starts this card out? And yet, this seems to be suggesting you should start at the upper right. Doesn't that kind of seem like this should be here? That troubles me. But then it does say descending, so maybe you just gotta link the seals together to light the path. I just find that very weird. The order is not important since you're supposed to sort them descending. I think you're right. So I think maybe... I'm trying to see if there's some directional arrows on each of these things. Doesn't really look like it. How would you do this puzzle, though? Like, okay, there's 33. Part A narrows the 13 to 9. Okay, that logic seems fine, except what I want you to tell me is, how does this narrow it to 9? We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So there's 15 seals, and we're supposed to find 9 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, I buy that. And then this says, light the seals together. So my question to you is, how would you figure out which of the 9 of these? Like 33, then next is, there's a 42. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is it just the ones on the edge? No, that's the 36. So how do we know which of these 9? How would someone know which of these 9s? Start at 33 and move with part as a map. Okay, so here's our 33 here. Then what is your next one? Is it this one here? 93? No. So 33 is here. 42 might be this one. Then what would be the next one? This one? 36, that's not on it. This one here? $73, yeah. Okay, so this one, this one, this one. This one. Then we would have to say this would be in it. 16, yes. And then this one was in it. 28, yes. And then this one over here is in it. 26, yes. And then this one here. 75, yes. And then this one here. 14, yes. And then the last one would be this one here. 19, yes. Okay, so that was it. It's just a very weird path along the sides and then down and then back and the sides. Okay, but yes, there is a path. All right, this is a very big gimmick for something we didn't need. That's a little bit of a miss. All right. We didn't need this whole showdown with this creature, as scary as it was. Okay, a little bit of a shame. But okay. All right, let's do it. Which one was it? I hate to get this wrong now. It was this one here, right? Yeah. All right, here we go. I don't want to get a red. I want to make no mistakes. All right, that's it. Okay, it's green. 24. There's 2 more cards after 24. All right, let's see what 24 is. Puzzle 22, our last puzzle. Something lies in the cursed stained glass window, my corrupted soul. Lay the window flat and decide my fate. Bind my arms together, bind my sword to my feet, then bind those together also. Finally, you must choose. Bind my nearest shackled wrist to either the sun to kill me, vanquishing the hateful creature, or the moon to spare me, sending both creature and host into an eternal sleep. So this is a puzzle, and it looks like a choose your own adventure thing. Okay. So is this where his notes that we found, 602 or 603, got cut off? Here? Okay, remember this one where he says, I've yet to find the rest of this entry? All right, we just did. So let's read it now. Diary entry 603. This will be my last entry. The creature within grows in strength still. It's powerful, unrestrained. Please know I've tried my utmost to curb and resist the unholy appetites brought with this curse. There is yet hope, however. I have made a discovery. My soul is bound to an object within the castle. By performing an ancient ritual upon this accursed object, the curse will end. The creature's willpower is too strong, however. It renders me unable to undertake the ritual myself. If you have found this entry, then you must end this madness. Not for my sake, but for the safety of all the innocents who live in the shadow of Castle Mordengraf. The key to ending this evil lies in the cursed stained glass window. That's the object. And his soul is in the window, my corrupted soul. Lay the window flat. Lay the window flat. And decide my fate. Bind my arms together. Bind my sword to my feet. Then bind these together. Finally, you must choose. Finally, you must choose. So, I think... Is there a moon and sun symbol here? There's no moon and sun symbol in the solutions. I thought, okay, there's no more puzzle. We're just meant to pick one of these. But that's not the case because there isn't a moon or a sun. All right, let's look at this again. And then we choose. Lay the window flat, decide my fate. Bind my arms together. Is it telling us to fold this? To bind the arms together and the feet. Bind my nearest... Hold on. Bind my sword to my feet. So it says, bind my arms together. I think we're meant to fold it. Then bind my sword to my feet. Then bind those together. Bind my sword to my feet, then bind those together. Finally, you must choose. Bind my nearest shackled wrist to either the sun or the moon. So don't fold it. Okay, let me check in the chat. I see an alert saying don't fold it, Jesse. Don't fold it. We draw lines between the parts in the glass. That will be the symbol. Okay. So your guess is that bind my arms together. So you think we draw a line bind my arms together. So what? You think we draw a line like that? I'm not sure. Bring back the chains. How do you guys get so clever? How do you guys get so clever? Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's exactly the chains. I think that's exactly it. This is how you want puzzles to work. Like, you want them to be very hard to figure out, but once you figure it out, you're like, yes, obviously that's it. So bind my arms together. So here are our chains here. You guys are so clever. The chain card said bind, did it? Okay, so bind my arms together. Bind my sword to my feet. Maybe like that. Sword to the feet, or like this, who knows. Then bind these together. There's our feet being bound together. Maybe like that. And then bind my nearest shackled wrist to the sun. Okay, so maybe like this. And then we're either going to go like this or like this. Let's see if that's right. So let's see if we find the moon one. All right, let's take a look. What do we see? It would be one with curves, right? Is this it here? I think that looks like it. Okay. The chat is catching my attention. It says, Jesse, check about the gold sword before you scratch. Yeah, I'm not going to scratch anything without talking first. You're right. There was something about a gold sword. We're going to look at that in a second. Let us, the chat is saying, yes, this is this one. And then the other one, if we wanted to bind her hands, her wrists to the sun, is over here. Okay, so we found the two bind to the sun, bind to the moon. Here and here. All right, now, before we do that, there was a question about the golden sword. What was that? Who can remember where we heard about a golden sword being the key? What about this side we read? Where did we read about the golden sword? Also, we don't really know which way the stained glass should be. That's a good question. And then decision time, what if we put him to sleep? Well, we're going to make two choices. First, we're going to make sure we understand that everything is the right way up, and then we're going to decide what we want to do. But first, I want to find out why I also remembered about a gold sword. Who remembers what was the deal with the gold sword? But didn't we use the gold sword on the gold armor? We know which way is up for two reasons, or for one reason, which is just the music. The music mystery card told us which way to think about this thing, which I feel is reasonable. So this showed us which way to read this. So I believe we're supposed to read it this way. And I will also note that this also shows her with the sword on her left. So this is clearly the right way, the way we have it set up. So let's do that. Okay, we used the golden sword with the knight. It was an early entry. I believe that's right. But I do also remember something important about that was said gold sword. It would be nice to find it. It would also pay to make sure there's nothing in the books that we haven't made use of. Feels like we've made use of everything. I'd love to see where it said that sword, but maybe that was the sword that said something about using it, and we did use it. There's something foreboding about the glass window. There we go. Okay, look, here's our gold sword. Legend has it that where the gold sword rests is a secret room. Okay, so that was the secret room. We did find that. Okay, so there's no more sword mystery. And I feel very confident that this is the correct way to look at the stained glass. So now we have a choice to make, a story choice that we're going to make as a group. Do we want to bind it to the sun to kill me, vanquishing the hateful creature, or to the moon to spare me, sending both creature and host into an eternal sleep? So I don't believe there's a wrong answer, but before we make such a bold statement that there is no right answer, it's just a matter of story, let's make sure no one's talking about how, like, if you try to kill it, it unleashes the end of the world. I mean, he's lived for a long time. They're drinking wine. They're fearful. Doesn't seem like there's anything here. How about anything in his notes that made us fear about sending him to sleep or killing him? Every night he undergoes a transformation. He's tried his utmost to curb and resist his appetites from the creature. So, I mean, it's worth noting that he's not really an evil person. In fact, he's worked hard to free himself from this curse, and his research is what helped us find it. It's just that the creature's willpower is too strong. By performing an ancient ritual on the cursed object, the stained glass, the curse will end. The key to ending this evil . Well, I guess this comes down to how you feel about Lord Lucent and the dangers of sending him to eternal sleep or killing him. Let's see what the chat wants to do. All right, let's see. Logan says the dude's got to die because of the second organ puzzle. Nicholas says, bind my sword to my feet. That rules out the orientation ambiguity. Yes, I see what you mean. Because even if we reversed it, it's the sun is the one lined up with the sword to foot. Okay. All right. And Tina says moon to put them to sleep. Rob says Team Moon, put them to sleep. Logan says, okay, let's let them live. Put him to sleep. Nicola says, I'm Team Sun, kill him. Logan says we do both, kill him in his sleep. Tricky. Nicholas says burn him. That creature was very scary, drinking the blood of the other person, but I feel like it wasn't really Lord Lucent that was doing that. Like, I'd burn the creature, but this guy doesn't seem so bad. He was doing his own research. He helped figure stuff out. Well, this was a real team effort. Who is the person? Was it Logan who figured out to read the thing? Who was the person that figured out the 3 upside down was south? Because that's the one that saved me from getting a red. Was that Logan or Nicola? Or Rob? Who was the person that figured out that the 3 was upside down for south? That's the person who saved us from getting a red symbol, who will make the final decision. Okay. But Nicholas saved us from the piano. Logan says, rub a seal. If it's even, the sun. If it's odd, the mood. Okay, okay. All right, so Logan says, rub a seal. And we're going to rub one of these seals. And if it's the even, we're doing the sun. And if it's odd, we're doing, I'm going to do one of the ones on the, if it's odd, we're doing moon. Okay, I'm going to do this one right here. $42 is the answer. Now, that's a little ironic, isn't it? The number 42. Wasn't that the answer to the mystery of the universe? Rob says, what happened to democracy? I don't know. If you can convince Logan to change his mind, but otherwise we're burning him. Maybe it's safer to burn him. He wasn't a bad guy, but he lived long enough. Now Logan is... the responsibility of putting someone to his death is weighing heavy on Logan. I don't know. I mean, you know, he lived a long life. He doesn't seem like a bad guy, but maybe it's safer to burn him up. We have to kill him. We made our deal. Once we rolled the dice and said even kills him, and Odd burns it, and Odd saves him, we have to stick with it. So now he's got to die. Logan made his choice. This is like when the kid wants to put salt on the snail and doesn't realize that they're going to have nightmares about that. We've made our choice. We decided to burn him. It's the safest thing to do. If we put him to sleep, what if he wakes up again? Here we go. We are going to burn him now. All right. How do you do it? You do like this? All right. God rest his soul. Here we go. So we're burning him with the sun. So it's this symbol here. Do we all agree? This is the symbol for burn with the sun. All right, here we go. There's 2 cards left on the side. So one of these, each of these cards, 1 card for each different output. Here we go. I wonder if we decided to burn down his whole castle or just his coffin. It does seem like, to be honest, if you're a Dracula-style monster, putting them to eternal sleep, that's like their comfort zone. They like sleeping for a long time. It feels like it's safer to burn them. All right. It would be funny if that was red, yes. Okay, so here we go. Card 60. The final card. We've lit it on fire. We've burned him down in the fire. Kill. That's an ominous card. The good man of Lord Lucent's notes died long ago, and in this foul creature is all that remains. It will never cease to prey on the innocent. You perform the ritual upon the stained glass, binding Lucent's soul to the sun. An anxious moment passes before the creature lets out a terrible howl, bursting into flames. From the ashes you recover the master key for the castle and unlock the front door. As you escape, you see the villagers of Mordengraf nervously emerging from their homes. Their nightmare is over. Stop the timer. You've completed the game. I feel good about our decision. As it says, the real guy died long ago. He lived a full life. We did not need to be taking any chances. Stop the timer. Yeah, our timer was about 12 hours. So, however, in all fairness, we should record what it says to record. Where is the rule book? Okay, here we go. Certification. The following players. Okay, everyone sound off if you're in the channel. You're going to get credit here. Jesse. We've got Logan, who made the decision to burn him. We've got Nicola. We've got Rob. Who else do we have still in the channel? Even if you didn't, I'll put you down here if you didn't stay with us to the end, but you still made it for some of it. Got Jonathan and Anna was here for part of it. Who else? Nicola with the C. I'm going to circle Logan because if this creature didn't die and comes back from the dead, Here's who to go kill, not the rest of us. All right. Anyone else who's still in the channel, even if you did not say a word, if you're here, you can put your name gets to put up here. Even if you just bit your fingernails in fear of the creature, you still get your name in here. Matt was here. If Matt doesn't speak up, Matt's going to go down here on this list. And we think it took about 12 hours, not counting breaks. But we used 0 hints and gave 0 incorrect answers. That's the most important thing to me. Dispaminite, yes, okay. You can always contact me afterwards if you want to add your name to the list. Well, we did it. We survived it. Antina. You know, I didn't forget Antina. It's just Nicola and Antina. Antina is such a hard name for me. Yes, Antina. I apologize. Where's my chat? Do it this way. Don't forget, this is the list of the people this creature is going to kill. So I don't know if you really want to be on this list. These are all the people he's going to hunt down. Okay, you want to see what the moon answer was going to be. Now, you have to know that it's not going to be a wrong answer. It's just going to be a different style of ending. All right, so if we had chosen the moon ending, spare. Lucent, too, is a victim of this terrible curse. He tried in vain to rid himself of it to protect those around him. He seemed close to a cure before the curse fully took hold. Perhaps another can finish his work one day. You perform the ritual upon the stained glass, binding Lucent's soul to the moon, whereupon he falls into a deep, enchanted sleep. You retrieve the castle's master key from Lucent's pocket and unlock the front door. Glancing back, you wonder if a cure is truly possible. Well, at least you can find comfort in knowing that the village is safe. For now. It doesn't say for now, but this look back is a little scary. You glance back and wonder, is a cure really possible? Or is this creature coming back to kill more? I feel good. I still feel good. Man is not meant to live for hundreds of years. We did the right thing. So here's what we'll do. We're going to take a 5-minute break here. And then, are any leftover cards? Nope, that's it. That's every single card. The last card just says, stop, this is the bottom. Okay, so what I'd like to do is I'd like to take a 5-minute break and come back. If those of you who have played with me can hang around for a couple minutes and give our final thoughts on the game. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back and now we're going to talk about our thoughts of the game. Let's check in with the chat and see some of the comments from the chat. Nicholas says, I didn't expect this game to be so good. The use of materials is outstanding. The puzzles are all cohesive with the story, really immersive. In terms of puzzle quality, it feels like if they took 5 exit games, picked the best 22 puzzles out of them. Exit games have 10 puzzles each, but some of them aren't so great. Here the puzzles were all very good, varied, well signaled, fair even when difficult. Logan says, all that production value was $30. Really crazy compared to some document dump murder mystery game costs. Nicholas says, yeah, the price is like 2 exit games, so really a bargain for the entertainment. Logan says, are there any other highly rated Professor Puzzle escape games? Rob says, this is only $30, way more value for money than some of the recent document dump games. Nicholas says, also several puzzles had interesting twists to them. We could get close to the solution quickly, but then they requested further attention and thought. The library, the clock tower. Very good value for the money. Yeah, so this is obviously a play once game, very much in the style of Exit, where you're cutting up stuff. This is retailing for less than $30 on Amazon. If you have Amazon Prime, that's free shipping. I had very low expectations here, but really I was blown away by the quality of the experience, and everyone in the channel has summed it up pretty well. But let me give some quick thoughts here. I'm not a puzzle person in general. I like the detective games. They're closer to my heart. And I like some real narrative. For me, this one was special because right from the opening, I mean, what really compelled me for this game is this just beautiful artwork that really made you feel like you're in some haunted, scary, creepy castle. And from the moment we opened the rule book and the box, that carried through from the first word, which started us out with this little newspaper article, to the last lines of the game when we got to choose narratively what answer we want. I felt like we were in this castle with this creepy, scary guy, and it was like calm, 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 and then we open the door and he's drinking the blood of someone, and he's like, you're next. It was a very compelling, immersive experience. Now, it needs to be said, part of that is just playing with good people, good friends, and enjoying everyone getting into it. And I think it really helped that we were all having fun there. But one way that this is quite different from other puzzle games, and some of the unlock games try to do this, they lay out a map with their cards. But this was like all of these games dialed up to 10. Someone sort of pointed that out. But the fact that we were building this map of the castle, this big map that would have taken up if you were playing this at home on a big table, you would have sprawled out this full 3-foot by 3-foot map, which would have been pretty cool. And there is something really enjoyable about that, about building this map that we're trapped in and having this spatial arrangement of things. It makes you relate to it differently, but also some of the puzzles, like this crazy puzzle with all these knights pointing to each other. I mean, it was a tiny bit fiddly, but these knights were creating a little chain signal between them that was pointing us to a room, and it was a hidden room in a gap. I mean, that all made it feel immersive and made it feel like a fun puzzle. And the art is beautiful. It's subtle. I'll note that we didn't miss anything. So, you know, it was very well balanced and like sort of balanced on the knife of the edge of a knife, in that there are symbols hidden on these cards, but they're not hidden so much that we got stuck for 2 hours because we didn't notice a symbol in a card. We could see them. And then the other thing that was so impressive is just the sheer variety and sort of deluxe nature for all these puzzles. Like these figures with stands where you attach the swords, these 2 towers that you assemble, but you don't just assemble them, you actually put the cards in them, and you've got to figure out what orientations to put them in. This clock tower that used 4 cards in each slot that we had to figure out what order do they go in. And as someone pointed out, there were a bunch of puzzles like this clock tower where we had multiple steps, and like we figured out a bunch of it very easily. I'm just repeating what someone in the chat said. But then the sort of subtle details to get it right required some work, and we got stuck in a couple places. It had this, again, this very deluxe code thing. This is sort of like, again, the idea that they've taken these puzzles and ramped them up to 10. Like there was this normal puzzle where you line up these numbers, but then they even went one step further and made it so you could modify this sometimes with a card that's stuck underneath that changed the way the dials worked. And these 2, like, again, this generous nature of this very fun booklet with different puzzles that worked with the cards, music that worked with the internet thing. And then there were a bunch of these that we really struggled with, and ones that we almost got wrong. Several puzzles we almost got wrong, and through various teamwork, we stopped ourselves from getting wrong. Okay, let's see. Beautifully made, so much design prestige, some really clever, challenging puzzles. I love the ambergram one and the chains. The chains was another place where they used the same pieces multiple times. Lots of little aha moments when you figure it out. And we talked about, we got stuck on puzzles and we didn't get anything wrong, and we stuck with it and figured everything out. All the puzzles were fair. Every single one was fair. There wasn't a single puzzle that had like 4 random answers and we stumbled on the right one. It always made sense in the end. And when we figured it out, we sort of knew we had figured it out. And then, yeah, there was the puzzle where we combined 2 things. And one other, there's an interesting aspect of this in that the puzzles are meant to be solved completely linearly. Now, that was a weird, interesting thing. Now, normally you'd think that's a bad thing. Normally it's sort of a strength when you've got multiple puzzles you can work on. And I still think in general that's true. But what was sort of different here, where they redeemed that, is that the rule was you're going to solve puzzles in order. But the pieces don't always come out in order. So there were a bunch of puzzles where we would get a card and we wouldn't know when we could use it. So that it does give you that nonlinear feeling where we get these cards, like we got this guy's eyes, right? And we didn't use him for like 5 puzzles, and there were a bunch of things like that. And so that gave it this little nonlinear feel where we had to decide. And then these had that exact flavor, right? These booklets had clues, narrative clues, instructions, maps, and then puzzles that worked with the cards. And so we weren't really sure when we needed to do each one. And all of the puzzles were, this is another good example of a little tricky puzzle where we knew right away that we had to combine these things, and we had these cards that we got early, then we got to this, we knew basically what it was what, and then we stumbled a bit, like the obvious solution wasn't quite right. And so there were some really nice pieces of that, plus the nice narrative and theme. Checking back in the chat. The mechanics kept you from finding out things accidentally in an ingenious way. Well, that's the other thing that I've not seen before that is really quite fun. And that was this system for answers was really kind of surprising. This idea of saying, here are just 1,000,000 symbols, not 1,000,000, 6 times 6, 3672 symbols, and each puzzle has one right answer. But what you would normally see in a game like this is like puzzle 1, the answer is A, B, C, or D. Or puzzle 1, scratch off when you know the answer. This was a very, very clever, weird, interesting mechanic where it just says, hey, when you solve a puzzle, find its symbol and scratch it off. And then some of the symbols are given to us on the webpage. Some of them are found in certain locations. Some of them actually get drawn out when we draw something. It was really very clever, very different, and it also was nerve-wracking because you couldn't cheat. If you scratched something off and you got it wrong, it's there. It's obvious. You can't fudge it. So that was pretty cool. And some of these symbols are actually patterns that we drew or had to make. It was very clever. And then the rewards, that the reward doesn't say you're right. The reward advances the story by giving you another card. Sometimes they're tiles that have special story stuff on them. And then the light, there were a bunch of puzzles that had light shining through. And then it's got this whole hint system and solutions. Look at how elaborate that is. So people were wondering if there were any other games that are good. I don't know how the rest of these compare. I don't think any of them are nearly as long as the rest of these. So this one, Danger of the Deep, is actually 14 and up again. 120 minutes. So what's the advertised playtime of this box? This box is advertised as 2 sections. I believe this is the only game they make that's 2 sections, 2 parts. Total time, 180 minutes. Okay, 180 minutes, this box says. So here's one that's 120 minutes, 90 minutes, 45, 45. So here's the next longest game they have. Looks like you're on a submarine. So this might be your best bet if you wanted to have your closest similar thing, but it's substantially shorter. But it looks like it's probably quite similar. Lots of cutting. Just a very deluxe experience. This would be my #1 choice, especially at 30 bucks. Like if you wanted to give someone an at-home escape room, immersive, atmospheric game who's 14 and up, like this is the game. This feels like the best, by far, bang for your buck, fun experience, serious puzzle escape room with a nice hint system. This is a premium experience at a very, very affordable price. In the chat, Logan says, especially around Halloween, this would be a great gift to give someone, a group to play for Halloween. Agreed. It's interesting that Rob liked the ambigram one. That was the reverse room. That's the only one that I think that's the one that I wouldn't have gotten if I was playing it alone. I don't think I would have figured that one out. But that was a clever one. All right, well, what can we say? A tour de force of narrative, puzzle, story, atmosphere, theme. Very impressed. Very impressed. And for the money, can't beat it. All right. I might order a second copy of this to give as a gift. Maybe I'll send it to my niece. One of my nieces. If we wanted to criticize a little bit of a miss, I think that the swords, having to assemble the swords that were angled for some of the knights, that might have been a bit too far for me. That was a little scary. And the piano one that stuck us for an hour was totally user error, my fault. So I have to take that. Logan says, how hard do you think it would be to use this as a template for other stories? I mean, you can see the system here. The system is tiles to do a map, cards that introduce pieces of puzzles. This seems like it would be hard to do, though. I mean, of course, the meat and potatoes here are the puzzles. But I do think that, you know, the main obstacle for doing your escape rooms like this is the work and cost. Like, this is like a hunt to killer season, a $200 season we've got in front of us here. So I don't know, you know, it seems like I'd love to know. This is another one of these cases where an author is not credited, which is a shame because the writing here was really very compelling. The whole setup of the story, and the author of this deserves the credit. This is one of these games that feels like it was created with someone had some real love for this game. These puzzle games occasionally feel like they're sort of churned out by a ChatGPT puzzle maker and not a real human with any real love for it. This feels very different, from the graphic design to the art to the puzzles, to the deluxe nature of everything. This really feels like a labor of love. And the author deserves some credit. There is a Board Game Geek entry for this game, and I don't believe the reviews are that high. That actually reminds me, if you've played this along with me, I've bought this game. This game was purchased by myself. I didn't get a free copy. I have no relationship with the company. If you're watching this later, or I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments, but if you're watching later or watching it now, since we've all played my copy, one thing you could do for the company, for any company that we play a game on this channel, it would be very nice, it would be kind of you, if you enjoyed it, to go on Board Game Geek and rate it. And if you're a social media person and you use Facebook or Twitter or whatever, make a post, give them some credit, let them have the benefit of word of mouth, which is better than purchasing it. If you're concerned that while you played this game you didn't purchase it, the even better for the company would be if you spread word of mouth that this is a good game for other people to play. Maybe you buy it and send it to a friend or a relative. On the Board Game Geek page for this game, which I will rate myself as well, you could even post there and say that you enjoyed the game. An author may be credited. And if someone can open it up, in fact, since we got a second here, maybe I can open it up, although it's a little hard for me without my keyboard. Maybe someone can do it for me while I'm done, so I don't have to do it. If we go to Board Game Geek, let's see if we can find the author for this. Curse of the Dark, 2022. So first of all, look at how crazy this. Oh, it's rated highly, actually, 8.6. Okay, so it is rated highly. All right, so if you have a Board Game Geek account, you can rate it yourself. I'll rate it when I get onto my account. Let's see if an author is credited. I don't see one. Actually, there we go. Professor Puzzle Games, Elliot Humphreys. Graphic designer for Danger in the Deep and Curse of the Dark. Okay, so the graphic design here is fantastic, is Elliot Humphreys, and he also did Danger in the Deep, which is the other game we looked at. And James Smith II is credited as the writer. So there you have it. Who also did Danger in the Deep. So Danger in the Deep sounds like the next game to get. And there you have it. The two games by James Smith II. Curse of the Dark and Danger in the Deep. Danger in the Deep is rated almost as highly, but that just may be because there's more, includes a flashlight. Okay, there you go. Any last words from the chat? Otherwise, I'll sign off. I will see you all if you want to join me tomorrow, which is today, Sunday, 3 p.m. for turn 8 of The Blinded Birder. It was a pleasure playing with all of you today. I needed your help. It was fun to share the experience. It was a fun story. We did kill him in the end, but I think it was the right decision. I think he lived a long life, and we don't want to risk him getting free and killing more people and drinking their blood. All right. I'll sign off. I'll see you guys next time.